Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Henri Compen. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yi Sun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
Yo, we're back with our next guest, Tim Fielder, the creator of Infinitum. I believe we're back. There he is. Man.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
Who's the DJ? That song was bumping there.
I know everybody's excited about the.
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's like an action movie or something.
Right.
How you doing, bro?
Good, man. I miss you guys, man.
Hey,
I ain't seen y'all in person in a minute.
I don't have to see anybody now. I'm in love with Zoom.
Really?
Yeah, because it's virtual. I'm on my tour, and I can do it from this room. Everything below the screen is obscene. Everything above the screen is child safe. How you doing this morning, man? What's going on? Congratulations.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. This is going to be fun. This is marathon.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I remember when we first talked, God, that had to be 2015 or something.
Yeah, it's been a minute, yeah.
And Peep Game had just it was around, it had been out there, but it's just so wonderful to see you expanding beyond just the retailer thing. Now you're offering the experience. And the beautiful thing, I mean, COVID is terrible, but COVID has also provided all these other opportunities for someone such as yourself to get out there. And I'm very, very proud of you, and I always will be. And for the audience, this guy was probably the first vendor to actually take it.
Man,
yep.
I appreciate that. And let's start there. Like, you know, start with your journey in particular, because you definitely, it's not necessarily a rags to riches or anything like that, but I think your path to your current success is something that a lot of artists can accomplish if they put in the work. Yeah,
it's been interesting. I don't know if I should necessarily say rags to riches, more the rags to rags. We're still working on the riches part, and I think you want me to speak honestly, correct? You don't want me to just try to.
Oh, yeah.
I can fluff it up if you want.
No.
All right. So what I learned, like when we were first talking, and like you said, you want to start from there. I'd started with this guy's book here, that one, Alex Simmons. And, I'd been in the comic book industry for a long time, but I was out of it for almost 15 years. Raised my kids. I moved into animation. I was a bad animator, as in the bad kind, not the good kind. No. All right, but my focus was at that time. I'm known for doing concept and character design. Character design. I'm a fantastic storyboard artist. Maybe that's a bit arrogant to say, but I've been hired to teach storyboards for a while, and I'm not the greatest renderer in the world. You know what I mean? When it comes to that, but I know how to do sequences, and it's been something I've been doing for a long time. So you know, when I got back in, Alex was, you know, I went to him and said, "Hey, man, you know, let's you know," I said, "Hey, let me draw something." So I ended up doing his graphic novel.
Okay.
You know, and didn't even ask him to pay me. I just wanted to do it. It took me a while to get it done because, you know, there's still things like life and everything. And I think when I started, I was about to get married.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. There's a lot going on that time. But when I decided to do Maddie, you know, on one end, you know, I was just getting accustomed to the social media space.
Right.
Like I didn't understand. Like I understood it was there because I'd been made aware of it before. So I had a Twitter account, but I didn't really use it.
Okay.
You know. So the last 7 years has been a real learning experience. In seeing that when you do this stuff, you exist. Someone like you couldn't have existed.
Oh, right.
10 years ago.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Someone like me, the crazy stuff I do with this book there, Infinitum. I mean, I tried for years to do it, but you know, the mainstream wasn't going to accept that because, you know, they just wasn't going to do that. I get it. You know, and I'm a horrible superhero comic book artist. So, you know, I do the straight science fiction, unambiguous science fiction. That's what I do.
Okay.
And so what's happened is I've learned to do a lot of stuff by myself, like this book here, Maddie's Rocket, which there were only like 500 copies made, right? Because I printed them in my studio. You know, and had them bound in Long Island. But this thing is one of those situations where you are you do a lot of stuff for yourself, like what you're doing. You know, you learn how to work on the back end, that type of thing. You know, I remember I was hung up on a Tumblr for a while because Tumblr was really easy. You could do it. But then once I had to move to WordPress, I realized that, okay, I need to sort of take it easy and you know, take care of my business and what I need to do. So that's when I became more aggressive is the word I would use. It's not nice, but it's what it was. I just, you know, because I realized, you know, no one will give you anything. You have to kind of insist, you know, if you want attention, you know, you have to build relationships. And sometimes relationships work, sometimes they don't, but you still have to do it anyway.
No, I like your approach because I think what a lot of young artists are looking for when they come to me and ask me about working in comics or what I should do, you know, as far as what their approach is in school and things like that.
Right.
And my answer is more so speaks to the long game.
Right.
You know, what's typically referred to as the infinite game, like, you know, basically staying in the game, not a matter of winning and losing. You just want to be in the game as long as you possibly can.
You want to stay on the field. You want to be on the field.
Right. So I'm telling them to say, yeah, comics is great, but, you know, you should, if you're an illustrator, you should look into character design for games. You should look into children's books. You should look into, you know, the broad spectrum of opportunities that are out there for you as a creative professional. And you can always come back to comics. You can, you know, as a hobby or things like that, but you definitely want to stay in the game. You know, you want to go ahead.
Right. It's one of those things where I'm sorry, I'm New York City with the siren. There's always something burning down or blowing up or whatever, you know.
Oh, that's a selling point, man.
You know what I'm saying? There's always something like that going on here.
I need fake sirens in my.
No, there are no fake. All the sirens here are real, my brother. Every last one of them, you know.
Right.
But no, one of the things I was thinking about what you were saying about just diversifying when you go, you know, you might want to go to a game company or something like that for indie comic book artists. And I think that's part of why I'm here. You know, I'm here because I was an indie comic book artist. I'm not so much anymore because, you know, I've gone mainstream
Big,
and
big time, yeah. I know.
well, not big time. I'm not big time. I'm not big time. I'm not prepared to accept that. I'm not prepared to
No,
accept that.
you just had a Microsoft commercial, man. I
That
saw it.
wasn't
I
me.
watched it.
That wasn't me. That was my twin brother. I have a twin brother. That was not me.
No, man.
I know. It was like,
and you do have a twin, but yeah, that was definitely you.
Yeah, it was definitely me. So, okay, so let me finish this first part, and then if you want to ask me anything about all that, how this is navigated,
yeah, cool.
I can reveal, because a lot of people probably will be curious. Well, how is he doing this? How is that working?
How do you
what
get
is he
to
doing?
yeah.
What is he not doing? Right.
Right.
And but let me get to this first thing for people in the floppy game.
Mm-hmm. The floppy game. Oh, you're about to really break this down now, because we talked about this before. Okay.
All right, but now I'm doing it for your show.
Right. Gotcha.
Floppies are wonderful. I love floppies.
Right.
The problem with floppies is that I love what I did. I love my design. It was based on Hergé's work with 1010. I even, stole a little bit of design. Maybe didn't do as good a job, but I'll put it this way. Guys, let me just do the math here. It's very simple. $4.99.
Mm-hmm.
$20.
Right.
The same amount of effort is expended selling both books.
Right.
But you get further. You go to warp drive faster if you have a graphic novel. So for those folks in the floppy game, yes, I understand floppies are cool, but you must understand that form is from a different time. It's from a different time. It really is. It's from a different time and place. And you've got to adjust what you're doing according to time. Now you say, well, how would I know that? What am I talking about? Well, I'll put it this way. I was doing Maddie's Rocket as animation before.
Right.
For several years. I got 20 minutes into it. But how was I going to make a living off of it? How was I going to do any of that? How do you take animation and put it in a web format where it can generate income? I'm sure it could be done, but I didn't figure it out.
Right.
But with this, it's all about a constant self-analysis. So I realized, okay, the floppy thing is getting me media. I got some critical acclaim. I was very happy with that. For an indie book, I was pretty good. I don't have no problem talking. And that's not because I'm like, I'm on drugs or something. Well, I'm on the drugs of life.
Right.
I'm on the drugs of life. But and caffeine, even though this is not caffeine, I've actually recently switched just to sleepy time tea. Because
sleepy time tea.
So yeah, man, because the caffeine, you can't do it like that. At least I can't. I can't do it like that. I'm listening to what Eric Battle said. So I didn't take care of my body. So now I'm slowly trying to get into it. So intermittent fasting, because I was happy to be on that Microsoft commercial, but things were looking a little bit out of control. So I had to suck up. I couldn't suck everything in. But what I'm glad to say is that graphic novels, please listen, graphic novels, that is the way.
Right.
Why? Because graphic novels are long form, fully completed stories, self-contained stories.
Right.
They're not 22 pages where you're busting your butt to get it. And then you got to bust your butt even harder to sell it, because who wants a flop if they want a graphic novel? So minimum 85, but you want to try to be going up to 200 pages. Infinitum is almost 300 pages, right? That's what you've got to do if you want to shake and bake in this climate. Floppies are from another era where you had pharmacies and books and bookshops and stuff where they had spinner racks. You know what I mean? Now you got to go on eBay and hunt down a spinner rack, right? Where you can just put stuff. I mean, I'll get one eventually, but that's for a souvenir. That's not. There's nothing practical about that. You know what I mean?
Right.
In the sense of you're not going to really see them in stores per se.
Right.
They're not going to be in Target. And case in point, guess where you can buy Infinitum? I just checked this morning.
Where?
You can buy Infinitum on Walmart, man.
See, there you go. And I've been saying that for a while, as far as
Right.
the way to reach, because a lot of this is about accessibility when it comes to Black audiences.
Mm-hmm.
And what I have always thought it was that until comics become more accessible and found in places other than comic book shops, then
Right.
it's going to always be complicated. It's like,
Right.
because so many of us, I call it basically comic book culture, aren't a part of the overall culture of going to a comic book shop every Wednesday, adding books to a pull list, or asking the comic book shop owner to order a comic book for them and then show up 2 or 3 weeks later to find their book and all this kind of stuff. So since this community is not participating in that, the book market has become far more accessible to the Black community because they're found in more traditional places like libraries, like bookstores, like places like Walmart. Once those books
Target.
show up,
I'm sorry.
Target.
Yeah. I meant to say Target.
Target, right. Let's get it right. No, but once those books are found there, then you're gonna have a whole nother group of people that are interested in this format, that traditionally aren't part of the other, comic book culture. Now, I will say this though, and I've been doing this only a few weeks, but I've been wanting to share this with somebody. So I've been actually going back to collecting comics, right? In a sense that I wanted to see. Right.
Fool, man. I've been getting graphic novels.
I've been wanting to see the value of floppies by Black creative teams or Black creative illustrators or writers and stuff like that. So I've been intentionally looking for issue number ones of things like Bitterroot or Naomi or Black, right? I've been, I wanted to, see if I get my hands on them and see what the value is of them. Right. And what I've been noticing from a floppy, from a collector standpoint, those floppies do hold some of these floppies do hold some value.
Dude,
and
you're talking to the guy whose floppy is worth $900 on eBay. Even I can't afford that. And I made the damn thing.
And that's the thing. So speculators have come out here and have picked up some of these Black created, books.
Crazy, man.
And what's so bizarre is that since the retailers didn't buy them in a large scale because they weren't convinced that a Black book was going to sell. So now all those books, all those floppies are extremely valuable. So
that is true, but
in some cases,
in my case, it's because I stopped printing Maddie's Rocket.
Right.
And I'll explain that, and we can segue into this part about what's happening with Infinitum and how I'm doing what I'm doing. So when I hit the graphic novel stage of Maddie's Rocket, I had a decision to make. I had to decide, okay, I'm selling. Of course, I went a little crazy by printing it in my house. I probably should have just had it printed by Ingram, which is what I had the floppies done with. But I just, no, I want control. I don't want anyone to be able to tell me when I can or can't do something. Yeah, but there's a reason why printers exist to print others' work. It's why Jason Reeves of 133 Art does well, because who wants to be doing that instead of someone crazy like Jason, right?
Right. Yeah.
But and trust me, I tried that because he and Kimmy Reeves were the one who trained me how to do that. How to do them. So I had all that, it wasn't as sophisticated as his operation, but I was the budget level printer, and it didn't work. But what it did do, it got me Maddie's Rocket. So the decision I had to make was like, okay, I'm selling out of books. I'm having to hoard books because people are buying them. I broke the code where I realized I didn't have to go to cons. So I didn't have to be fighting over tables, right? I found out this is all pre-COVID. I could just, my wife bought me a folding table, a little small folding table. I could go out right to 125th, totally legal, and sell on the street. And I'd wait for folks to get off the tour bus in front of the Apollo Theater.
Mm.
And he said, well, is that legal? I'm like, all you got to do is just look on the block there. It's nothing but people lined up there.
Mm. That's
They're
one of the
lined up.
advantages
Now, I
of
don't know if they're
living
doing
in
it
New York
now,
City.
they're certainly doing it. Right. So if you are a comic book artist in a large, dense urban center, and you have access to some form of traffic, people walking, pedestrians, I imagine you could do it in Philadelphia. I imagine you could do it in certain areas of Los Angeles, but in New York, I know people think, oh, well, that's just Tim. I'm telling you, if you have a ready supply, my problem was supply. I could not meet the demand. Right. That was what I started running into. That's why I was like, man, I should have just printed on Ingram. But the thing was, what I found out was you have to decide which hill you're going to die on. What battle are you going to fight?
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I could do this. I could print 1,000, 2,000 copies, but because I'm retaining all of the, the profit from it, and I will just keep doing that, I can make a pretty good living doing just that. Right. Yeah, you'd be exposed to the elements, but even like my, Calvin Reed of Publishers Weekly, I was talking with him about it. He said, but that can't be sustainable. And I knew it wasn't, but it was almost like, okay, but I have this other thing, Infinitum, that I started on prior. And I said, but I would never get a book deal. That will never happen to me. And my wife was like, well, yeah, but have you tried? And I was like, well, what are you talking about? I'm saying, she always telling me what to do, but she was right. She was absolutely right.
Shout out to your wife, man. I miss both of you guys. I usually see you on your anniversary.
Yeah. Wow, God, 7 years now, which is crazy.
Yep.
But I decided to go in, and that was 2018. And by the end of 2018, I was in discussions with HarperCollins, Amistad. And, it took a while to negotiate the contract and all that. My editor was, Tracy Sherrod, renowned, Black editor for this, original imprint. And they were making their jump or dive into the graphic novel space.
Okay.
And they chose me.
Is this the first graphic novel from Amistad?
It's the first Afrofuturist graphic. It's the first graphic novel, I think, from Amistad. But I think it's the first Afrofuturist graphic novel from a Big Five. Okay. Which is weird. Because I've been in the industry for 15 years, and I was like, when I came back, I was like, sure, it's going to be, it was, there'll be a long history of people having to do. I was just, it'll be real easy. And I was like, oh my God, I felt like Charlton Heston at the end of Planet of the Apes. Like, damn it, and I was like, oh my God. So here I am having to, which leads me, I guess, to what I'm doing now. The book comes out in January 19, and HarperCollins, they're like an aircraft carrier. They're not like a speedboat. Like Pete Game is like a speedboat.
Yes, I am.
I've got to be changed, you got your, you know what I mean? You got your dude working. Hey man, I need this. You can send in y'all working out stuff at the same time, HarperCollins is not a speedboat. HarperCollins is a massive aircraft carrier with nuclear weapons.
Right.
And meaning that they take their time to do it because they're very deliberative, like a multinational corporation is. And many things you see from many of these large companies, it's a deliberative process that takes place over a long period of time. So the advantages that they bring to you are, as what my friend Natasha Womack was telling me, it's the 4 Ps of publishing, which I didn't know what they were. And so first is product. And product is, okay, we're going to produce a dope book. This right here, my dummy copy where the spine fell apart, but it's all good, right? So this right, you got it. Hey, man. And you know what? I'm going to say this. When you know it's real, is when you can kill somebody with your book. Wow. You know what I
do
mean?
like,
That's when you know it's real.
John Wick, you can like,
you know what I mean? That, oh,
punch him in
that's
the
right.
neck.
He did kill people with that. So there you go. In the neck.
Right.
But so I, the launch was coming, and I started my marketing for me. I started my marketing, my personal marketing. I there was a 2-year period where I kind of disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't disappear. I just wasn't very active. That's because I was working on the book.
Okay.
My thing is, I learned social media is very, very powerful, very, very useful, but it can sometimes be very counterproductive to getting your work done.
True.
So for about good 18 to 24 months, I was barely active and stuff. And it was because the production of the work takes precedence. And I'm not ready to talk till the book is done. Now the book is done, I will talk a mug into the ground. You know what I mean? I take any and all comers when it comes to podcasts. I don't care, because it's my job now to sell the book. And I'll explain to you why. I was in a class with Joel Christian Gill's class in Massachusetts College of Art. And, the students were asking me questions about, because I was making everybody laugh, and I had to stop. I said, well, now I'm doing that on purpose. I said, because I have to hold your attention. And the only way you're going to retain the information from me, really retain it, is I have to do something to make you remember it. Right. Make you remember me and make you go out and buy my book.
Right.
And so what that requires is I have to present myself a certain way. So that's the first thing. I have to be open. And let me say this to those indie guys out there, whether you have a deal or not. Your interaction with your audience is everything.
Right.
I'm going to say this. It's going to sound crazy. You can sell a bad comic if you're nice.
Yeah.
And I've done a bad comic before. I've done bad, horrible comic. The cover was dope, though, but the interior was pretty awful. But I found out way back in the 90s when I would sell at the African Street Festival.
Okay.
That if you are nice and humorous, and you make sure not to put on cocoa butter when it's blazing hot, you should put on sunscreen. I learned that lesson. So I was cooking. I was like a piece of bacon by the end of the day. I learned that if you are prepared to put your ego to the side and your embarrassment from interacting with audiences, there are places where people who like your work congregate together, and it's not always going to be in a comic book shop. And frankly, comic book shops are awesome. Some of my best friends own them. I'm very good friends with one of the owners of Forbidden Planet. It's awesome. But not everybody's going to be there. That demographic in that shop is different than the demographic you would have at a Soul Con. Or a Peep Game is different because it's in a virtual space. Right. It's not like this is new to you. You're just like, oh, everybody else is finally getting in line. You know what I mean? So I started working on my marketing, but here's the catch, guys. Here's the catch. When you are doing this work, it is essential that you recognize that we're in a moment of history now.
Yes.
We're in a moment of history. I call it the age of Afrofuturism. That's what I call it. Some people call it Afrofuturism 2.0, like my friend Ronaldo Anderson, right?
Okay.
And so people are cataloging this information. So who writes the books? The historians write the books. The journalists write the books, right? And you don't need all of them, right? You don't need all of them. There's certain publications that haven't written about me yet, but doesn't matter. I'm good. Microsoft took care of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You don't need all of them. You just need certain targeted publications to write and cover you. Roy A., who does from Unique, is a master at that. He's a master. You just need certain targeted journalists, and the way you develop that is by reaching out to them. You actually say, "Oh, this article is written pretty well," and then you pitch to that journalist.
Okay.
But the journalist has to pitch to his publisher.
Okay.
And I didn't know that. For a long time, I didn't know that, but I finally got a hang of it when I was working on in the floppy stage. And by the time I hit the graphic novel stage, I was good. So, but those relationships continue. It's not like you have one time out and that's it. It's like, no, I have writers who've written on me this time out, but they wrote on Maddie's Rocket.
Got it.
Right. So for like you, like Tim, could you do this peep gun thing? Peep, do this experience, this whole thing. Yeah. I'm like, of course. Why? Because you carried me when I didn't have anybody.
Yep.
So it's just the building of relationships, and you don't need all of them. You just need some of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Now, when you do that, obviously, me, I do believe in the kind of Vaynerchuk thing. Gary Vaynerchuk. I do believe that you market according to your strengths. Okay. I can't do. It's so weird. It's like you would think I do drawings all the time. I'd be on Instagram like a demon, but I'm just saying I'm okay on Instagram. Twitter, I'm being better with it. I'm much better with it. Facebook, I do pretty good with it. Where apparently the gray beards and the old folks, right? But it works for me. So that was the part I could handle. HarperCollins handles the I'm in libraries.
Yes.
So that's the second piece. So the product is you produce a good product. I had to be responsible for that. They had to be responsible for that. But that was the easiest part, at least in the sense of as long as I do my job, I'll make a book that looks good. People like it. The next one is placement. So the book is everywhere. You can literally buy it. You can go online to walmart.com right now, enter in Infinitum and Afrofuturist Tale, and you will see that Infinitum can be purchased at Walmart, which is to me absolutely insane.
Right.
But hey, I'm enormously grateful for it. Right. So that's placement. Then the next one is pricing. They can price the book appropriately. And it fluctuates, sometimes a little bit higher, sometimes lower, but there's so many venues you can buy books now. Amazon, bookshop.org, A Books, what is it? A Book Finder. There's so many different places. You can buy Infinitum on eBay.
Yep.
It's crazy. So that's good. And then the final one is promotion. Okay. And the promotion part is where it gets interesting. This is no longer the 1980s or the 1990s where a publisher would sign an author and they'd roll out the red carpet. They'd be sent all over the world. That whole thing, that time is over. What it is now, what exists now is a sort of, they can handle some of the big venues, right? Like New York Times article that came out a few weeks ago. That was the one that featured Infinitum. It had Megascope in there. It had, I think it was a mention of Milestone in there because those guys about to hit again. Right. Yatasha Womack was in there, and it had a link to Stacey Robinson's work because he's been working with Megascope as well. And the two brothers from the Caribbean with the hard ears. I hope I'm not pronouncing it incorrectly, but it's just good to see that. I think it had N.K. Jemisin in there with our Far Sector, and so that was huge. That was a huge break because for me, at least, in terms of Afrofuturism as it pertains to comics, it was the most significant article that had been written since the 93 article that Mark Derry wrote, where he actually coined the phrase Afrofuturism.
Can you expound on Afrofuturism just for people that are listening?
Afrofuturism, let me just keep it simple. Afrofuturism is a blend where race elements, technology, science fiction, a little bit of horror, right? Social economics and socio-political matters blend together. And the drama that comes up from that, or the product that comes up from that, can be applicable to anything. For me, it's the comics and graphic novels. To Ryan Coogler, it's film. Right? To Ruth Carter, it's fashion. To Rashida Phillips, it's social and housing law. arts movement, right?
Right.
For my manager agent, Boston Fielder, it's music, but it's a multi-streamed element of film and books and all these different things. But he also does the contractual parts,
Right.
but it's still Afrofuturist,
Got it.
right? So all those things together make Afrofuturism. Now there are variants. Not everybody does it the same way. I think it's boring to do it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? For me, I do what I do. And there are other folks out there who do what they do. As long as I can do what I do, and I'm not hurting anybody, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Yeah.
In terms of Afrofuturism, what's interesting is that my entry point is definitely you and John Jennings.
Right.
In terms of that, and what I have found is that there is a very strong connection to the South.
Well, that's just this variant.
Well, I want you to speak on that,
right.
only because when we speak about our past, then
right.
The connection is obvious in
right.
those terms. Even my father was raised in Mississippi, and
really? What part?
Iuka.
Oh Lord, man! Keep talking, man.
Iuka, Mississippi.
What's wrong with that dude? He from Mississippi.
Right. No, yeah,
that's where the insane gene comes from, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was raised in Iuka, Mississippi, and then but I kept noticing, like, you guys, I keep going back, traveling, to the South,
sure,
making these connections, making connections I haven't even seen other comic book creators or creators, period,
right.
make a conscious effort to build a community in the South, with those, historically Black colleges, the schools down there. Just want to know, speak to that and how you make that connection.
Okay, so you go where they will take you.
Mm-hmm.
And look, clicks. Okay, oh man, how do I say this? It's all high school, man.
Yeah.
All of it is high school.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So what do you mean? I'm telling you, this stuff can at times be as communal
mm-hmm.
and as insipid as high school. It really is. Right. The group I'm with now would be Sam, the Black Speculative Arts Movement. I'm with them because they didn't turn me away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might ask, what do you mean by that? I remember the first time I presented Infinitum to an audience was, I think it was in Texas at a BSAM event at Prairie View University in the SWAC, right? The Southwestern Athletic Conference, because I went to Jackson State for about a year and a half.
Okay.
In Mississippi. And they let me show Infinitum to an audience while I read it to them.
Okay.
And I found out this is, I had started years earlier. I had come up with the story in the mid 2000s, but here I was doing this new variant.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time it was like 120 pages. Now it's 280 something, right? And it's very much that those folks are they're artists in it, but it's a ton of scholars and academics, a ton of them. Some of them young, some of them a little bit older, but they have been studying Afrofuturism for several years now. They are the base of the Afrofuturist movement because that's been established in the school systems all over the world. I'm not just talking about that's the catch. This is before the economic part came in, because hip hop, the music was there, then the commerce part hit. Right. The academic part hit later.
Yeah.
Afrofuturism, the academic and scholarly point, the theory. I mean, Londra Nelson's in the White House. There you go. You understand? So what's happened is someone like me who's been around for about 30 years, for a long time, found the place where people would let me do my work how I do it and not necessarily in service to them. And I got that more so than I did from the comics community. I got it more so than I did from the music or the Black rock community where, they want you to do work, but they want you to do their work, not your work, which is fine. I get it. Mm-hmm. But so that's one of the reasons why I'm feeling very comfortable now. I like it. It's fun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when it comes time, and I know we don't have a lot of time, so
no, we still got some time.
Okay. Yeah. When it comes time for me to connect with certain institutions, when it comes time for me to connect with certain scholars that would not be necessarily accessible to me, that happens because that those relationships have been fostered now over like a 7, 8, or 10-year period.
Right. I'm very much interested in the academic side of comics because
you're part of it though.
Oh yeah, now yeah. Because
when you're doing, you think people ain't looking at that stuff. When you were doing those study sessions with the kids,
yeah.
No, but that's part. But then the TED Talks are part of it too.
Yeah.
You've done like 2 of them, right?
Yeah, I done 2.
It's crazy. I'm like, whoa, I just did 1. So what I'm saying, but those things, that's because the reason why people are like, well, okay, why is that important? It's important because that material exists into perpetuity.
Yeah.
It's archival. It's part of history. So for any comic book artist, whether you have a deal or don't, or you're independent, whatever, you better start paying attention to those scholars. And you better treat them nice. And you better act like you got some home training.
Yeah.
You better. Because you know what they can do?
What's
they
that?
can ignore you.
Yeah, true.
They can always write about somebody else.
Real quick, there was actually a comment that somebody on YouTube said they're from Pontotoc. Yeah, Pontotoc, Mississippi.
Pontotoc, man.
Pontotoc.
Yeah. Pontotoc. You from Pontotoc? I was born in Tupelo.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was born in Tupelo, but raised in Clarksville, but I spent a huge amount of time in Tupelo. Tupelo is where Elvis is from. Clarksville is where Robert Johnson's from, right?
Okay, yeah.
And Pontotoc is this town just outside of Tupelo. But Tupelo is expanding out. So I remember growing up, like there would be like a 30-minute difference leaving Tupelo to Pontotoc. But now it's like you leave Tupelo, you don't even see where it ends anymore because the town is just growing so big. It's a city, But yeah, man, it's an interesting time that we live in. There is more opportunity out there for people that do what we do more so than any time in the history of the planet. Like a lot of people like, well, this is like black exploitation. Like, nah, it's not black. It's not like black exploitation. It's because there's more of us than there was then.
Right.
So we are now a very powerful economic bloc, right? But we are also now a very powerful political voting bloc.
True. This definitely.
We needed I need this guy in here. There. Okay, what do we do? I knew that was over. Because it's like it's Atlanta, man. It's too many Negroes. What are you gonna do with that? You know what I'm saying? So after a while, I was like, yeah, you can get the rural areas. That's cool. Go for it, guys. But when it was like, we got 85% of the vote from Fulton County, it's like, do you know how many people live in Fulton County? We're not even talking about DeKalb or Cobb. We're just talking about Fulton. You know what I'm like? It's like, nah, this is over. So that is the world we're in now. I mean, is it perfect? Of course not. But it is certainly a scenario in which we have access to tremendous possibilities.
Right.
And that's very, very exciting.
And I can share this with you. I think you like this. So I've been thinking a lot lately about just the whole political side of this. And I don't think you're right. This is not a new blaxploitation, only because we're not creating stories that are in context to the other group. We're not writing stories always about, being up against the man and all this kind of stuff. We're actually creating stories that are speaking to us, our audience specifically, in our future, and our storytelling, and our folklore, and whatever the case might be. And so I've been thinking a lot about the fact that when we look at these political dynamics, we always harp on the fact that basically white folks have so much of the physical world.
Right.
And I feel like there's not and we fight so hard to get our piece of that, which we should. Yeah. But I find that when it comes to culture, when we're talking about hip hop, when we talk about music, when we talk about film, we are definitely the community that sort of has our hand on the hearts and mind of American people. So it's not just about our stories. We help facilitate a lot of other stories, regardless of culture, when it comes to the American experience. So, and I find that in your stories, that idea, like especially like in Maddie's Rocket, for instance, how you tie it in. You didn't just tie in because it wasn't just an Afrofuturist story. That was definitely like a steampunk type of vibe, right? It was like,
I call it retro Afrofuturist.
Okay, so so basically, to give an example, like it was like you might have feel like a Model T Ford, but it was like rocket powered, that type of thing.
Right.
So, and your characters were going to Mars, going to space, long before we even actually historically left the planet. So that's definitely the type of stories and the type of the platform that Afrofuturism, takes on.
Right. So let me say this, and thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. The one thing about, we use Afrofuturism as a term, but it's convenient, and I don't care what anybody says. Dope. It's a dope term.
Yeah, it's a dope term.
It's a dope term. It flows. Afrofuturism. Wow. That's cool. But it's really just Black science fiction. Or Black speculative fiction. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all the jumbled variants of similar themes. And with Maddie, I wanted to do something that was more anthropological. I've said this before, but it was for my parents, for my grandparents, because they were born during that 1930s Jim Crow-esque period, but they never saw themselves in Buck Rogers serials or Flash Gordon serials or any science fiction. I mean, the first really major one was Nichelle Nichols in 1966. But in the 30s and 40s, when, there were no representations of people of color in that didn't exist, let alone just being the main character. So I said, I'm going to take all of the ideas or the predominant images. This is something I haven't really spoken about so much. Stormy Weather, that movie. Right, which some people associate with, a little bit of negativity. There's, Bill Robinson in it, Lena Horne. But when you think about when that movie was done, the fact that you had all these Black performers in one movie in that time, that was a radical act.
Right.
That was for the mainstream audience, that was a radical act. And I thought to myself, what if I could take the image, but apply more progressive thought to that image?
Right.
Right. So meaning it looks like that,
Mm-hmm.
but the narrative isn't that. The narrative is something that is more with a contemporary sensibility placed within a Jim Crow environment. So the main character, Matty Waddy, is based on kind of aero, acrobatic pilots, Bessie Coleman, people who did that type of work, circus performers. But because I've changed the past, right? In this case, the world experiences an H.G. Wells type of alien invasion that fails. They take all of the abandoned technology and reverse engineer it. So suddenly you do have a floating Model T or a floating, regular kind of, what did they call them? I always associate those trucks for prohibition.
Right.
So that's what I wanted to be able to do. But for Infinitum is something that's much more expansive. That's me playing around with the modality of the epic.
Mm-hmm.
It's me playing with the idea that a person who looks like Imani Lateef can be the central character. He's not going to be maimed. He's not going to die, right? He will have multi-layered personality traits, meaning he will be human. Right? That's what Infinitum was. So Maddie's Rocket, that was for the sisters. Infinitum, that's for us, brothers. That's for the brothers.
Right. I appreciate that.
And I hope they know that. I hope they know that.
We bumping on it. Oh, no, I definitely got it. I definitely got it. Even at it, you can get it.
It just brought to my attention yesterday. A little bit nervous. Man, thank you. And I was like, really? What's up? He was like, oh, Infinitum's for the brothers. I'm like, it was.
It's definitely, even at a glance, you can see that it is definitely a through line where we go from being, and there's no spoilers here. Basically, we go from being chattel, or might be considered chattel, but it's sort of like it comes full circle. Like we come from the whole idea that we come from kings and queens, but it's sort of like we rarely see a narrative that goes past our what we're going through right now,
our present,
see ourselves in our present, and see ourselves in the future as as those kings and queens, and those it makes a full circle around. So it's definitely a very powerful, very, very powerful book. And I wish we had more time to really break it down, because
it's all good, man.
The way that you wrote this is like 300 pages of.
It's about 291 pages, not 300.
It's sequential, but it's like these are like each page is a masterpiece, man. And so, and I've been listening to you for years talk about in secret, like, well, yeah, I'm working on Infinitum. And I'm like, but I'm glad that it came to fruition on the scale that it did.
The next book I'm doing is Maddie's Rocket.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's going to be a trilogy.
All right. And you can find all of his work wherever now. It's like it's
it's
time.
Weird, right? You can find it at Walmart. You can find it at Target. You can find it on Amazon, bookshop.org. You can go to HarperCollins website. It launches in the UK on March 18th. So all this stuff I've been doing, I got to do it all over again.
We still, my producer said I still got a little bit of time. I want to ask this. I want to ask this question because I get this a lot, and I got this a lot when I first started Peep Game Comics. It's sort of like Black creators always find themselves in this conundrum where we don't want to be pigeonholed as Black, or one particular one note as far as the creative, right? And my only response to that is I get it, but at the same time, there's not so much of an advantage, but why wouldn't I want to celebrate everything that my culture has to offer, just like anybody else's, any other creator will want to, share their experience.
Right.
So, can you speak to that in the sense that, like, the people in this program this weekend, the vast majority of them, when we talk about Black comics, they've all doubled down on it. It's like they haven't shied away from, trying to reach Black audiences, create Black characters, create Black storylines.
Right.
We've all just they're going ham on the idea. They're not shying away from, this whole idea of being unapologetically Black. They're definitely, you guys are definitely all about that. And I want to know if you want to speak to that. Oh, what happened to Tim? Oh, man. It's a conspiracy.
I know what that was. I'm back.
He's back. I don't know what that was. We about to get you
asked that question. Hello, guys. I know you're listening in. We're just comic book artists. It's not that serious. We're not going to be storming the Capitol or anything like that. Money, I can vouch for him. He's a good guy. He's real simple. He's very easy. He's a family man. He's not like engaged in anything. Maybe he had a little issues when he was younger, but he's got a brother and everything. Totally nice guy. Total vouch for him. There's nothing like that. So when I'm saying what I'm about to say, it's all good. We're no threat to anyone. All right. So here it is. We only have so much time and money. Mm-hmm. And for those folks who quibble over whether or not stuff is too Black, not Black enough, oh, I don't want to deal with Blackness at all. Man, I'm 54 years old. I've been doing this stuff that I do now since I was 12 or 13. Mm-hmm. And was ignored most of the time I did it. And now I finally have someone paying attention. I could care less. Mm-hmm. I don't care about that anymore. The only thing I care about is, can I do the work I want to do and get it out to as many people as possible? Mm-hmm. I will leave it to others, statisticians, blah, 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 people who deal with stats, historians, scholars, to determine whether or not that was something that was Black or wasn't Black enough.
Right.
Because the amount of energy expended on talking about it, which is an important subject, is really should be left to the people who their job is to talk. Mm-hmm. The people who are supposed to be to make the work, that's a different activity. Like, now my job is to talk about the work.
Right.
I can talk about it. But even now, there's going to come a time, right? I'm doing my marketing, but there's going to come a time where I have to stop talking so much and get to work on the next book.
Right.
Because we need the product. The product is what's going to change the game, not talking about the product or the lack thereof, right? That's the first thing. Secondly, it's like, there's the idea of Afrofuturism. That's the term we use, right? Some people like it, some people don't like it. I don't care. I don't care, because I remember when no one paid attention to anything that I did. See, I just went back to it again. So if they want to call me an Afrofuturist, I'm all for it, right?
Right.
Because I know the work that I produce is so much bigger than that. You know what I mean? Infinitum isn't just straight Afrofuturism. You got a little historical drama in there. You got a little romance in there. You got straight science fiction. You got some Stanley Kubrick light tunnel, 2001 stuff in there. You got action stuff in there. I mean, I think we'd agree. Infinitum is a violent book, is it not? We can agree with that, right?
Definitely. Yeah,
you know what I mean? So those things, I don't even care about that type of stuff. The only thing I care about is, can I do quality work according to my standards? Let me say something very quickly on this. I know we got like 5 minutes. I'm seeing this again. What looks and what is supposedly good in the direct sales and independent comic book market is totally different than what the standard is in the trade market. DM market, 1 billion a year. That's direct market.
Got it.
Trade, 26 to 27 billion a year. Do the numbers.
When you say trade, you talking about book market?
Book market. That's what I'm in. I was not successful in the comic book industry. But right now, let me knock on wood. I think I'm all right in the trade industry. So the only thing that matters, do your work. Don't worry about all that other stuff. Who cares about that? You can even let it get under your skin. Sure, go there. Yeah, that's fine. But you got to sit down and you got to crank and you got to finish the work. That's at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I finished my work, but guess what? Now I got to do it again. That's my quandary. That's my paradox. I don't worry. I don't have time to worry about the other stuff.
Got it. I appreciate you, bro.
Much love to you, Mr. Lateef. And I appreciate and love what you're doing. And if you have me back next year, I'll be back next year too.
Yeah, you'll be back. Yeah, we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna stay in the game.
Let me get that thumb that was out there a little bit. There we go.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, thanks.
All right, bye.
All righty. I get to take a break. And next we'll have Victor Dandridge and Afua Richardson coming on at noon. This is like the pinnacle of the program. And I'm going to let my producer, Kyle, segue to our dope bumper.
Welcome to all. It's warm enough now that I can wear shorts, which is funny because it looks like by Hannah's clothes that it's 1,000,000 degrees below zero outside. That's just her cool look. She looks great in black. So why not wear black all the time if you look great in black, right? She's wearing the red beanie though. That's confusing because usually it's black beanie. Hi everybody. This is Minute to Skim It on The Experience and many other places. We love to give you guys a heads up about what's coming out tomorrow so you can call your LCSs right now and tell them, hey, is it possible to have one of these held for me? And if not, I'm going to see you first thing in the morning and be right at the window going open, open, open. / add it to your pull list so that your LCS can order well. And by LCS, if you don't have one, that's your local comic shop who we love. If you don't have one, it's easy to get one. ComicShopLocator.com will hook you up via your zip code to all of the places that are currently around in your area. You might want to call them ahead of time because their hours that are posted might be a little bit different because of COVIDs. But that stuff's starting to get more normalized and they'll have more hours for you hopefully in your area. Okay, we've got a lot of really great books.
Yeah.
On the cool side, just want to say congrats to Boom and Keanu on their announcement of their awesome deal at Netflix to give us a movie and an anime. Which, I mean, could it get any better? I don't know. So anyway, look for at your local comic shop tomorrow the foil editions of both the Grandpa cover and I can't remember who the other cover artist is. Brooks. That they were just delayed a little bit because of just printing things. But the thing you need to know about, here's the top secret stuff. Inside those foil editions will be either your local comic shop will leave it in there, a little insert which will actually have a special message in there, or they'll just have a poster up for you so you can actually read the poster. But what's happening is this craziness, okay? They want to, make sure that you make your order for Berserker #2, because that's coming up soon. Your shop needs to know about that so they can put that in your polls. And also, they want to make sure that you have what you need in your hands, because there's this little book that no one's been paying attention to. This isn't true. Everyone knows what it is. Something is killing the children, but you can't get a #1 anywhere for any reason. So they've got a cool promo that's running that says that if you bring back proof of purchase of a #1 Berserker, or the copy of Berserker #1 that you bought from your local comic shop, and pick up an issue #2 on that very day, it will enable you to be in the running for getting a chance at an 8th print of Something's Killing the Children #1. 8th print that's only available, by the way, via that promotion, period. Your local comic shop could not order this promotion. It is just based on past orders, so don't get mad at them if they don't have enough for you, or if they have some kind of crazy, like, fun promotion for you to try to jump through hoops to get it. It is going to be so stinking rare. But if you already have a copy of Something's Killing the Children, leave these to the people that really need to read them, because it might be their one way to get in there. And I have been assured that their newest batch of Something is Killing the Children trade paperbacks will be available and rolling out to your local comic shop. So if they've said that they've been in back order, which they have been, that will be rectified soon. So, and I don't know, this is just me reading into it just way too much, but it feels like since Boom has a first look deal with Netflix, they just announced Berserker as being a Netflix deal, and they're giving you a free copy of #1, or a potential free copy of #1, that there might be something up. Just saying.
Just maybe.
Or as I say in my world, that's a very pointy book. Very pointy book. All right, now we're going to get to the books for this week. Vietnam Horror by Behemoth has a weird release schedule, okay? It was supposed to release last week, and some books did. My orders for Vietnam Horror released to me this week. What was the difference? I don't know. It has 2 release dates. It's the same book. COVIDs. What are you going to do? It is a straight up Vietnam tale in which it's basically these guys, there's 2 horror books that I read this week. Okay, so this one. These guys are having, I think, the exact same like dream. They're discussing it in their, while they're out, doing their daily walks during the Vietnam War, discussing about all the terrible things that they've had to endure. So it's a little bit psychological horror, and it does turn in on itself, which I love when you think you're reading a certain part of the timeline, but you're not. So get ready for the twist if you like twisty books, but also very much in that just straight up wartime tale. Just that's terrifying on its own. You don't really need to have other horror things going on, but in this book there definitely is. And this one is a black and white, which I love. It's perfect for what it's trying to tell about.
You got you.
I do? Okay. So I'll back it up with the other one that's about war. The Cold Dead War this is a heavy metal book. They've been putting out really great stuff, by the way. Appears also to be a straight up book about war, but it's totally not. This one actually takes place in a different total war. My guess is World War II, but what do I know? My husband's the war expert, and I am not. There are planes in it with dudes that have like the chin guns, the shoot. Feels like World War II to me, but who knows? It could be any old war. But apologize. Everyone just like totally let me have it. Just comment away. What a moron. I'm cool with that. But yeah, this one has a twist in it. And the title, honestly, is kind of a giveaway. But I'm going to let you come to it naturally because I did not see it coming. So it's kind of cool to like read the book and then look back at the title and then be like, haha, I should have known. But it's amazing. It's awesome. And I haven't seen anything like this book. This is a different thing. It is part of a genre and you'll recognize what the genre is, but Mm-hmm. Some beast hunting, I see.
Yes. So this is a oversized issue. So it's one shot.
Did you say Uber?
Oversized.
Oh. Thought we were going German here for a second. I was like, did they put German on that book?
No. Okay. No. Bell, Thunder of Gods. Oh goodness. There was, I think it was another one shot that we had for Belle a few months ago. And this one ties to that. All of the Belle stuff has been tying to each other recently.
Okay.
So, but if you haven't read it all, because I know you read some.
I think recently you have been claiming
Yes.
Elvis Zenesco because you love it.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I think I missed one of them. We had a week where I had to skip because of other things, and I was still able to
Pretty
know
sure it was
exactly
our
what's going
Frozen
on.
week.
Probably.
We were frozen.
Yeah. So
We had to let it go.
Oh, Jen.
Just couldn't. It just ate at me. Sorry.
And oh goodness. In one of the more recent, I can't remember. I don't think it was a one shot. I think it was just one of the short series.
Was it maybe one of the quarterlies, or
It wasn't in a
standalones?
quarterly. No, it
Okay.
was. I think it was in one of the short series. And she comes across a baby in one of them. Well, that wasn't the last that we've seen of that baby. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ah,
Because if you know what baby it is,
don't know what baby is. Now I have to go. Want to go?
yeah.
All right. Carnage, Black, White, and Blood has 3 tails in it, just like you might infer from the Black, White, and Blood part.
Mhm.
Full disclosure, I didn't really understand what the point of the black one was. It has both Cloak and Dagger in it, but for reasons I can't figure out. I mean, the story was fine, but I can't figure out why that story. Maybe you guys can read it and be like, oh, Miss Jen, this is why. The middle tail, which I guess is going to be white, is a Western themed one, which I love because I love everything Western. And the blood just gets crazy. It's really, really, really good. So I guess it gets a little bit like better. It gets better to me. It escalates like this up to that last one in there. But the full disclosure, probably 99% of you guys are not buying this title for the reading of it, although you should, but because of the Gleason cover, which everybody wants.
So I gave you that one.
Run, don't walk to your LCS tomorrow because that will be a high demand item. Hopefully your LCS ordered like we did, which is an insane amount.
Well, you did your Black, White, and Blood. I'm gonna do my Batman Black and White.
Ah, there's a theme.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think there's 4 stories in this one.
Mhm.
I don't think there's 5. I think there's 4, and then there's a couple pinups. One of which is by Jen Bartel. You probably saw her post it.
I seem to remember that number 3 had something in it that was super important, and people were clamoring for it.
Mhm.
Does it tie into what's going on
I
here?
didn't get a chance to read number 3.
Okay. Yeah, it sold out.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't think that the stories have tied together, but they're still very. I can't say it.
Okay, there's a lot of this stuff we can't.
Yeah, and
It gives away too much.
some of the stories seem like they take place in what seems to be main-ish universe, and other ones clearly don't. Like there's one where Alfred is in the story, and if you know anything about what's going on in the main universe, I'm sorry, spoiler alert, but it's been what over 6 months.
Yeah, I think you can give the spoiler
Yeah,
alert. Just close your ears.
Or
Reading
if you
comics
just
for
don't,
6 months.
or if you don't want to accept the fact that Alfred is dead.
Yeah, I think it's fair to
But
say that
yeah.
now. You should know it if you're going to start reading Batman books.
Yeah.
Alfred is no more.
Which,
He's
if
an
you're
ex-butler.
right. But the stories are fantastic. The artwork is phenomenal, and I learned a little bit more about some of the people who work on comics because they have a paragraph for each story about the writer,
Oh, I like that.
artist. Yeah.
William, thank
And
you. Thank you for clearing up that there are planes in World War II. I'm glad that I haven't fouled that up that badly. And Jason, happy birthday. Super excited that it's your birthday today. It's your birthday. Get your comics on.
And there's also a great Chip Zdarsky story in this one.
William, no, Alfred. You know how things go in the comic book world, right? There's no telling. There's no telling. It did look like he severely had his back broken, but hey. Alien, I've been looking forward to this like crazy. Marvel's got the Alien, although I really enjoyed Dark Horse's Alien. I did not think that there's anything wrong with what they were doing with that license, so it wasn't that they were doing a bad job with what they were doing. Sometimes you just get outbid for a license. That's like.
I knew it was a Jenna.
So Alien is awesome. This one deals with what looks like the retirement of a higher ranking person that used to be in charge of a satellite or I always forget what these things are called. They're in space. Yeah, space station called, I think it's Epsilon. And there's a lot of stuff I don't want to say. There's somebody as part of his immediate family that disagrees with his opinion that Weyland-Yutani has been painted as an evil corporation. We'll say that. And that person has joined a kind of like the resistance against them. And of course, at some point during this, you're going to get some aliens. So don't worry, there's plenty of them. Bam. Oh no, it's like everyone. Now you can make me feel bad that I just.
I did say spoiler alert.
Yeah.
And it's been over 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. What's that?
Firefly. Brand new verse.
Firefly?
Yes. Which makes me want to go back and rewatch both Firefly and Serenity.
Who's your favorite character of the series?
Oh, you can't ask me that.
If you
don't say Wash, we can't be friends for the next 5 minutes.
I love all of them.
Okay, well.
I can't pick. I'm so bad at picking favorites. Like.
I'm moving from the wind.
I adore Book. We never ever got the secret of him, by the way. He has such good secrets. Like, you just know that he was some great military something. And his, he was dealing with things, and that's why he went into the priesthood. But I never got the answer to my questions.
It's okay, because you still won't get any answers in this one, but you'll have a whole lot of new questions.
What does Kyle say? Reavers clean their spears. Wait, hold on. They wash it.
Oh, I don't like you. I like you as a person, but I don't like you for like a minute.
It's Kyle. Kyle did that.
Well, you tell him.
Yeah, he says run them through the wash.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Too soon.
So, if you don't know who this is,
I don't know who that is.
I recommend that you go and find the Legacy collection.
Okay.
For the comics, because it'll have everything you need to know before you read in this one.
My gut tells me.
What's your gut tell?
Zoe and Wash had a baby, and we just didn't know about it. They just don't bring him to space.
If you read the Legacy, you will find out whether or not you were correct.
Hey. I'm a huge conspiracy theorist. Like everything, I just throw out
I don't wanna-
conspiracy theories, and half the time they're right because they're just so ridiculous. I'm sure the writers like went, "They'll never figure it out," ha ha ha. And Miss Chen goes, "Left field," and then it's
Yeah, you're really good at those things. So, this one takes place. I have no idea how long after, because I'm not caught up on the other Firefly comics either.
sure.
Because you were reading them for a while.
All I know is that Reynolds' Ma showed up. She's one tough hombre, and I love her.
Yes. Oh man, but we do get to see some of our favorites from the original crew, and then there's a plot twist on the very last page that I was not expecting at all.
Woo! Twisty.
Yeah, if you're a Firefly fan, do not miss.
Is it that
This.
Inari is really a secret spy and never was a woman of the night?
No, that's not it.
Dadgummit! That was as far left field as I could get.
No, it's something that doesn't have to do with. I can't say anything.
Okay.
I can't say anything about it because, yeah. But I'm hoping that if they're doing this, maybe they'll do more.
My other wrong theory is that Simon's really the genetic clone, capable of all the same things she is. They just haven't turned him on yet. Go with it, some writer out there, because that
Why
would
would
be
you
awesome.
hurt me like this?
I'm sure there's already a fan fiction out there for that.
I just am throwing out fan fictions. That's all I do. All right.
Why not?
Amazing Spider-Man number 62. This is the first official appearance of the new costume. Embrace it. It's a cool costume, y'all. I mean, I know we're used to the red and spidery parts, but
I
this
like
is
it
pretty
so
boss.
much.
It's got lightning on it. Who doesn't love it?
Uh-huh.
If you didn't like the reason for the armor in the last issue, which is it was given it because they just wanted to have a way to like have a live streaming right off of him and make money off of it. Storyline goes away from that as the focus. This one is more about Kingpin coming after Boomerang and things that Boomerang loves as a way to hurt Pete. So, because he just any way he can get at him, that's what's going to go on. Ta-da.
Yes.
Wait, what does Soria say?
I
Hey,
love
Bob.
the Zack Snyder cut of JLE, and he did the Flash justice.
I have heard both of those things that people love
Yes.
it and that they love the Flash scene most of all. You've
I
seen it
know.
3 times already?
I know you told me
Jenna.
yesterday.
It's so great. It's so great because they added more of that epic music to it.
Mhm.
So it's like
I love music.
I can
Sure.
I can vacuum. I turn off the vacuum, and it's that big like build, and I'm like, I did something epic.
I cleaned this section of the floor.
It is the clean. Thank
All right.
you.
So, was it last? No, it was last week or the week before. When was Batman? The last issue of Batman?
I think it was last week
106.
was
106.
something. Yes.
Yeah.
It was last week.
That's what I thought. So, read that one right before you read this one. The same, like it's still just like this as it's been with all the other Infinite Frontier and all of the other crossovers that they've been doing. Okay, so if you haven't read Joker War yet, I suggest you get on it as quickly as possible because it's not ending. It's not ended just because the Joker War ended. Everything that's going forward, we're still feeling some of the repercussions from that. One of which being that there are still some groups, whether they're they were directly working with the Joker during the Joker War or not, they're still around. Even though the Joker's not around right now, because he's off doing his own thing, I think.
As he does.
You know, if you read the Joker, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about from last week. And that Batman, his family has splintered a bit. Specifically, Robin, who left, Damian left, as we saw in, I think we saw a little bit of it before the last issue of Batman. I think it was like maybe the last issue of Detective. But we saw there's two stories in here. The first one deals with Bruce and Batman, and the second part deals with Robin and what's going on with him. That will lead directly to the Robin series.
Okay.
So pretty much just getting you set up for what's coming up next and everything. There is this is part one of the story arc. So it's a great place to jump in. If you've been only reading Batman and haven't jumped into Detective Comics yet, now's a good chance.
There was a fun article in the comic book resources on the page that was talking about that they had really thought that there was a character from Gotham Academy that they had kind of pegged as being the next Robin or the heir apparent, but who knows if that's true. It was at least an interesting theory. I like the theories. All right, the recount number 3 gets even more serious. They have killed the president and put the president they wanted into office, and are actively going out and hunting down people that supported the other president and doing away with them. This is a pretty terrifying idea that's going down, and they're giving no quarter at all. And it's really hard to know who to trust on both sides for them. So it's a very grim look at politics and the election process. So just know it's totally based in fantasy, but it's a good dark look at it. And it's been very popular as a series. It's a Scout Comics book. So don't wait too long. We're going to get up at the end of the series, and you'll want to have those early ones, and they'll be really hard to get for you. So don't miss. There we go. Okay. And then Shadow Doctor number 2. Remember, this feels to be set during the era of jazz and gangsters. So Al Capone features very strongly in this. The main character is actually a very smart African-American fellow who used to work for the mob, but now he went to school to be a doctor. He wants to start his own practice. No one will give him any money to start his practice or a place to start his practice or any of these things. So it looks like he is not wanting to, but getting himself into. He's actually asked the mob for money, seed money, to do this. And there's an interaction that happens in here because he already has a relationship with them. It's a very interesting one. So it moves forward quite a bit in the storyline, but anytime that you deal with the mob, there's going to be big complexities that are part of it. So don't miss this series. There's really nothing like it.
One more time.
I have to go again?
Yeah.
All right, this one is awesome. So full disclosure, this is not a regular comic book. This is not something you're going to pick up and get a story out of. This is North Star, and it is a gorgeous book of poetry. And it is a very deep thinking poetry where you read it and you're like, I think I need to take a picture of this and post it to my webpage. so people can think about it deeply with me. But it's really, really good. It's like a page of poetry and then an image on the other side that's a really cool piece of art. It's almost like creature design school on the other side, honestly. It's really cool. And probably not for kids. A lot of the characters that are in the designs are sans clothings. But think if you took naked Dr. Seuss characters. But it doesn't feel like it's art. It's not done for like ooh la la. Right. It is really cool looking. Those also feel like you should frame them.
Most of the characters in Dr. Seuss are naked, though,
yeah? Yeah.
But they're furry. They're covered in fur.
They're covered.
Okay.
So this one, highly recommend, especially if you like. I mean, really, it was not designed to be consumed the way I had to, which is to read it all really fast and to think about how I thought about it. It really deserves to be like, read a page, think about it, go away, come back, read another page. So don't try to like blow through this if you really want to have something terrific and very, thought-provoking. Grab up North Star.
Teen Titans Academy. Infinite Frontier. Yeah. So lots of first appearances in this book.
Okay, but we've seen this dude, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. I can't remember his name.
So is this going to
Red
happen
X.
like the Stranger's Academy, where everyone wants Strange Academy number 1? Is this going to be that kind of thing?
I think this. I haven't read Strange Academy, but I think it's. You know why I can't. I know. I think it's probably DC's response to that. Maybe. Like, they were like, oh, you know what? That's a really good idea. And, all of the Teen Titans.
They just, we're going to borrow those.
The original Teen Titans became the Titans, right?
Yep.
And then we've got the other Teen Titans. And there's, with Damian having left, they kind of they had kind of fallen apart. So this is like, okay, we gotta train some of these younger people with powers. And
quite honestly, I often see this kind of stuff where there's like things that come out close to each other and you feel like they've influenced each other, but both of them were independently thought of in development. It's just there's this weird group thing that happens. Like that's why we have in Hollywood all of a sudden a bunch of Western films. It's just like people think to themselves, what do we have a whole of?
Right.
And then they start developing that, but everyone else has also looked at the horizon and said, what do we have a whole of?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I always find Academy's funny. I was like, who needs training? Stick them in danger and go.
Doesn't everyone just like get an acolyte?
I think that's when it's not like a group that needs to work together.
Work together or die.
But if you have just met this person, it's kind of hard to trust them, right? Especially when you all have superpowers.
Yeah.
So that's, that's a major theme of this, is that they have to learn how to get along with each other. And still,
be teenagers.
Yeah. Because it's like, they still want them to have like not like normal childhood, but like normal teenage hero experiences, not just grow up too fast. And there's also a mystery in this one, so I liked it a lot.
I have no idea how, but I did not read. Haha, it was in my pile. I don't know how I missed it. That's so weird. I looked at the front cover and I was like, what's in this? I don't know. Hey, haha, number 3 is coming out. It's probably awesome, but somehow it got skipped in my reading.
No, I know.
New one.
Right. Isn't there also Second Prince coming out this week?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Stray Dogs number 2 I can talk about.
Yeah.
So this is Tony Fleece and co. working on a really awesome book. So imagine like a Disney drawn murder serial killer mystery. So all the art looks straight out of Disney.
Mhm.
It looks like, the dogs from the pound from Lady and the Tramp all escaped and became part of this thing.
That's exactly how I described it this morning.
Mhm.
The new
Yeah.
guy, he was like, "What is this?" I was like, "Disney dog."
Disney dogs. But so what we found out at the end of issue number 1, and this is the pitch for the book too, so it's not really very spoilery, but the main character, human, is actually a serial killer and kills his victims and takes their dogs home. So that's where all of these dogs came from. So the main character, dog, is in issue number 1, a dog that was one of these dogs that gets picked up after their human is murdered by this guy. And it's kind of this unraveling of a problem that the dogs don't have real good memories, or at least that's the point that they're making in this.
Mm.
So this dog alternately remembers what happened to their owner and then doesn't remember.
Mm.
It's like she needs like the smell of something from her owner to remember what happened.
Mm.
So this is gonna like roll out, trying to figure out in this book just like how bad is this guy? Does his horribleness extend to the pets also? How long has he been doing it? All of these crazy things. So it's like a Forensic Files, but with cute puppies that you get to see every week. So it's great. It appeals to all of my true crime love and pretty puppies.
All right. Harlequin number 1, Infinite Frontier. Let the healing begin. Don't say we didn't warn you. That's what it says right on the cover. Oh goodness. So after the Joker War, in which we saw Harley kind of teaming up with Batman, and we know she recently had been trying to be good. Now she's going to try to prove it to Batman that she is going to be good. But it's Harley.
Yeah.
That's why every time you say "good," I'm like parentheses.
There's a
Or
bunch of air
quotes.
quotes going on out there.
Yeah.
I really can't say much else other than, how I mentioned for Detective Comics that we were seeing still some of these groups of clowns that had put on clown masks during the Joker War.
Mm-hmm.
We see another group in this book.
Okay.
So this is why everything is tying together. Like, even if you don't think it is currently, it's gonna all tie right back to it. It's all together.
That's right, Stephen. That's a good description.
This is exactly the art style. Rossmo is amazing with the artwork.
Oh, that's really different.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Right? It's so good. It fits the story very well as well. So.
All right. This is King in Black tie-in time.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Scream. So Scream is obviously a human person that has this symbiote on top of her, right? Which makes sense for King in Black story. The thing that's also unique about her is that she also has this like hellfire curse. So she also has, on top of just being a symbiote, she's got this hellfire thing that she can do. So this is a direct confrontation between her and Null. So you'll get to see if anyone at all, even given extra stuff, can stand up to him. It's actually a pretty good confrontation, honestly.
I love Scream. She's supposed to be one of the strongest symbiotes out there, and I can't wait to see how that's going to
It
go.
does definitely appear to be so in this book. So yeah, we've got, so for King in Black, you've got the 2 books that are tied in this week, and it looks like 4 next week, And then I think the week after that is most everything tying together and finishing out with King of Black 5. And Donnie basically has said, if you think you've seen something, you haven't seen anything about 5. So who knows what's going to go down? The new King of Black is going to be Aunt May. I'll just throw it out there.
No.
Why not?
No.
Sure.
No.
She's got wrinkles just like he does. They're going to get married and have little symbiote babies.
No.
No. That's really not going to happen. That is the least likely thing ever.
But now that you put it into the universe, there's a possibility.
But Donnie's watching going,
Huh.
would make an interesting storyline.
Maybe in the
crossover.
next Spider-Verse.
That's right. This will be in the what if.
No.
No. All right. That is all the books that we had time to review today, and they were really awesome. Do remember to hang out at your local comic shop this week, or go visit a local comic shop this week, because there are lots of really good ones, and you may not know unless you go and visit one. If you're always going to your same shop all the time, that's great. You can support them, but you can also go and travel and find other ones to like stop in every once in a while. You're not really cheating. I know that all my customers go to other shops, and I'm cool with that. I actually recommend other shops all the time. You don't? Jenna's a loyalist.
The only other place I go is for Pops.
Okay, well, that's good.
The
I
comics.
don't, but that's just because I don't go anywhere else right now.
It's cadets for life. As she pats her Bazinga shirt. All right, everybody. We will see you guys next time. Like, okay, we still have like 3 minutes. We can jabber jaw. We're gonna jabber jaw like 3 more. What do we want to talk about? Which book, Jenna, are you most excited about for this week?
For this week, I have to say probably gonna be Alien. Because I have every single Alien book at home. I have like the books, I have the comics, I have the movies, I have the like behind the scenes stuff. I have the
Two biggest
like
Alien fans
I
I've
love
ever met.
the entirety of everything. Like it's just I've spun around the conspiracy like drain, and
my biggest desire is that they would actually bring to the big screen Earth War the way that it's written in the novels, in which aliens do make it to Earth. There's a religion formed around them, and people willingly give themselves up to become gods by offering themselves to become new aliens. And Ripley is actually part of that storyline in ways I'm not going to explain to you unless you want to read the book. That's very spoilery.
Yes, it is.
But it's epic, because the only other time we've had aliens show up on Earth was a really lame movie we got in which they somehow just stayed in Colorado.
Yeah, I was really confused. I was confused. That made me confused. How?
Yep. The bad video games, Alien 3. Alien 3 is one of my favorite. That epic speech by Rock. Come on. Beggin'. I ain't much for begging. If you aren't moved by that, come on.
And then her, like the sacrifice that she makes, like she's basically, that Ripley is half Ripley, but she's giving up her own baby kind of. And you're just like, my soul.
And there's some real alien person love sections in there that
Yes, there are.
people don't pay attention to
No, they
either.
don't. I wish I hadn't, but I did.
And honestly, Alien 3 is the most iconic image that is used when people say anything about aliens. It's always that image of the alien's head poking out from behind the screen and right up to Ripley's face. And the reason why she doesn't get eaten is because, spoiler alert, she's an alien queen. Or has one in her. So that's life. So good. So
God.
that one
That was
is
my
great.
first ever like sci-fi movie that I got to watch. And it was just, I've been stuck in a horror and sci-fi since.
I also really love that if you watch the extended cut of that, they had always intended. If you ever wondered why they really kind of released the bull alien, you'll find out. It's because the prisoners had to raise their own livestock because they were a cut off planet. So they had bulls that they were raising and slaughtering, and one of the aliens got into a bowl. So there was an actual bowl alien. So there you go. There's another behind the scenes spoiler. Ta-da. What a sorriest day.
Yeah, the lame movie Signs. Why would aliens come to the world?
Yes! That's what I
there's
say.
So much land.
It's like, look, there's a whole bunch of water there. It will kill us. We should go.
It kind of reminds me of Lilo and Stitch, where he wouldn't be able to survive in water. So what does he did? He landed on the little piece of just the land. Loved it.
That's crazy. Oh yeah.
Aliens in water. What's up with that? Like the key doesn't, and they're like, oh, water, no.
All right,
we're
gonna swing away and let Kyle come on.
Yeah.
And talk more about the comics that he loves. Uh-oh, your mic is off. No!
It's a weird introduction.
Do you like that? It was kind of a good layup.
It's a terrible movie.
Haven't seen it.
M. Night Shyamalan, man.
Another.
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna play some videos and then I'm gonna do my thing. See yous.
Love you, Kyle. See you next time.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? It's Kyle. How's it going? Welcome in. This is the Exp News Break, where we talk about the news. Otherwise, it'd be a weird name. Anyhow, today has been an interesting day in the movie world because Disney made a bunch of big announcements that are relevant to your interests, or at least to mine. So let's talk about that. First of all, Disney has delayed Shang-Chi and Free Guy and the Kingsman again. So Disney has pushed back the Shang-Chi and Legend of the Ten Rings, Ryan Reynolds' movie Free Guy, and the Kingsman prequel. The new release dates for Shang-Chi is September 3rd. That won't affect the November 5th release date of the Eternals, however. And it will be before, obviously, Spider-Man's No Way Home. Along with that, MCU film Ryan Reynolds' video game comedy Free Guy will arrive in theaters August 13th, and the Kingsman prequel movie will debut December 22nd. Disney also pushed Deep Water to January 14th, and Murder on the Orient Express sequel, Death on the Nile, to February 11th. Cruella is heading straight to Disney Plus Premiere Access the same day as its theatrical release, May 28th, and the Pixar film Luca will now exclusively release on Disney Plus as a regular free title for subscribers June 18th. Look, Disney, I think, is probably not sure what they're doing, as is evidenced by so many things. But, you know, they keep moving these things around, trying to wait for theaters to reopen, and it just isn't happening at the pace we would all like. So what I would suggest is go out and get your dang vaccines so these movies can come out, okay? Also, if you need another reason other than movies to get your vaccine, Krispy Kreme donuts, if you're vaccinated and you take your card, will give you a free donut every day. Right? Free donuts. The other announcement they have is that Black Widow becomes the first Marvel Cinematic Universe film to debut exclusively on Disney+. Marvel Studios will release the movie in theaters and Premiere Access on Disney Plus July 9th. Which, remember, Premiere Access is the thing where you have to pay for it separately. Black Widow it's July 9th. However, the Premiere Access title Disney Plus subscribers will incur a $30 charge for the film. That's where I live, more than it costs to go to the movies if you buy popcorn and pop. Just throwing it out there. But at least you'll get access to it, and you'll get continuous access to it for the entirety of your membership on the platform. I'm not sure how much I like this Premiere Access thing. I like the fact that I can watch this movie, which I didn't think was going to be wonderful, from my own home. I don't like the fact that Disney wants more than it would cost me to go to the movie theater to see it. So there's that. But, you know, there are ways I think they can make it tenable, but we'll talk about those another time. It's a big, important announcement, though, as this is the first MCU movie to get the Mulan treatment. So, like I said, you'll be able to watch it in your home or in theaters July 9th for an additional fee. We've been waiting on this movie a long time. There were things that were in Captain America or Bucky Barnes or Falcon and Winter Soldier. I'm never going to say the name of that show right. Falcon and Winter Soldier that had to be changed because Black Widow hadn't come out. There are other things that have been predetermined in the Marvel Universe that had to change because Black Widow hadn't come out. So to say we need Black Widow to come out is an understatement, as it is a linchpin to a lot of stuff. Which is weird because it's Black Widow. Anyhow. New Mutants and Ghost Rider head right to HBO Max in April. Look, if you ever needed a reason to cancel your HBO Max that wasn't the Snyder Cut, Ghost Rider being on there is probably it. But New Mutants kind of saves it. So the Marvel movie, the newer New Mutants movie, and then 2007's Ghost Rider will make their way to HBO Max in April. Warner Media streaming service lists the New Mutants and Ghost Rider among the content debuting this spring. Other notable films landing on HBO Max in April include Mortal Kombat, 2011's Green Lantern. See? They just want you to cancel. First it's a Snyder Cut, now it's Green Lantern and Ghost Rider? Come on, HBO Max. You're better than this. You have Friends and The West Wing. You're better than the Snyder Cut and Ghost Rider. But you also get 1996's Space Jam, Season 1 of the Tartakovsky Primal, or Season 1B of Tartakovsky's Primal, The Dark Knight Rises, and Season 4 premiere of Infinity Train, and then some more Looney Tunes cartoons. Like, they're trying to balance out the awful of Ghost Rider and the Snyder Cut and Green Lantern with all this other stuff, and it just isn't working for me. Just throwing that out there. HBO Max, you can do better. You should do better. It's a whole thing. New Mutants was the last X-Men film produced by 20th Century Fox. However, when Disney acquired Fox's studio, gained control of the X-Men movies. But it sort of fits better over on HBO Max than it does on Disney Plus. So that's where we're going to put it. As for Ghost Rider, it should be all the Miyazaki stuff is on HBO Max, but again, does it really balance out Green Lantern? I'm not sure it does. Like I said, but Ghost Rider should be relegated to the darkest corners of the internet. But maybe it's the best Nicolas Cage movie since Con Air. I don't know. But it's coming to HBO Max, so prepare your eyeballs to have to watch Ghost Rider again. Aftershock Comics made a huge announcement this afternoon. Punisher, the best Punisher, Thomas Jane, is teaming with the guy who wrote Logan, David James Kennedy, and Mike Carey, who did Lucifer and The Girl with All the Gifts, on a new series from Aftershock Comics called The Lycan. Their description of The Lycan reads, Year of our Lord 1777, a hardened band of international big game hunters returning from Africa are shipwrecked off a small British island. In exchange for new supplies and repairing their good ship, the Clydonian, Lord Ludgate engages his men for a task they are particularly well suited for. Find the berserking beast that has been eating his subjects, including a group of young Benedictine nuns, and destroy it. The art on this looks like what's the name of the guy who did the original paintings of Dante's Inferno? It'll come to me later. But the art that I've seen so far, if you read Judas from Boom Studios, it looked like the variant covers of that. Really cool cover art. But Joe Pruitt from Aftershock said, Thomas Jane and I have talked about working together for quite a while now. So when the chance came to merge his love and passion for comic book medium with Aftershock's own, special brand of horror, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. With our proven track record of launching successful creator-owned titles and the talent Thomas brings to creation, the creation of the book, the opportunities for this book and our relationship are limitless. And then Thomas Jane said, I'm beyond excited to be partnering with Aftershock Comics to develop a universe of the Lycan. It's a story I've been wanting to tell for a long time, and I'm very lucky to have a great team of creators with David and Mike to bring it to life through the upcoming comic book series. Look, Berserker happened, and it's like Keanu Reeves wrote him a comic book. And then Rob Liefeld announces that he's doing a comic book with is it Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones? One of the people from Game of Thrones. And now you got Thomas Jane at Aftershock. You've got a lot of celebrities getting into this comic book game. So, nothing but good can come from that, in my opinion. I mean, most of these things will wind up going into development anyway. And now you've got a celebrity ready to go to lead it. Thomas Jane, known as the best Punisher, at least in my opinion, and solely based on the short he made. Not necessarily his film, but the short he made with Ron Perlman, which was pretty awesome. Comes to this this story as more of a director and writer recently than an actor. So there's a really good opportunity for something with this movie coming from him, or with this comic book coming from him. I got a couple more minutes left for the news. And the other piece of news I wanted to kind of talk about is from the realm of television. If you're a fan of the Hitman video games, you know that the show is been in develop. That a show for Hulu has been in development based on the Hitman video games. The thing you need to know is that they're going to look very different. What they're saying is that it can't look the same as the video game because, well, the video game's aesthetic is probably unrecreatable. But the whole thing is being written by John Wick creator Derek Kolstad, who's writing the pilot. He told Collider that Agent 47 will have one particular physical attribute in the series that will separate him from the video game, and that's hair. As someone who doesn't have hair, I'm sick and tired of this hairist agenda. All right? Hollywood leading men shouldn't have to have hair. Darn it. As long as they can grow a decent beard, they should be okay to be bald. I don't know. But if you're into the video game and you're into TV, be on the lookout for Hitman. And then, of course, the big news yesterday is the announcement of all things Keanu at Netflix. Berserker has been optioned as a feature film from Netflix, as well as an anime. The feature film will tell the story that the comic books tell, and the anime will take on exploring the broader world that is Berserker. Both things will star Keanu. Both things will have Keanu as a writer and input haver. And I would imagine that most of that creative team will be involved in the Berserker writing. Both of the anime and the live action. So that's good. Keep in mind that Boom Studios, who put out Berserker, has a first look deal with Netflix. So anything they want to make, Netflix has the right to say no to, which leads many, and, pair that with the announcement they made yesterday about the Something is Killing the Children #1 8th printing promotional that they're doing with Berserker #1 and Berserker #2, leads all of us to think that be on the lookout for a Something is Killing the Children announcement coming very, very soon from the folks over at the Netflix. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, real quick break, and we're going to come back with our buddy Dan and in stores this week here on The Experience. We'll be right back. Do you see anything now, Dan? Can you hear me?
Let me step out and come back again and see if that works.
That's what we're gonna have to do. I thought maybe pressing the buttons in a different order would get Dan to be able to see us, but alas, 'twas not to happen. So, what's up, everybody? I am Kyle. This is In Stores This Week. I am joined by my good friend Dan Wickline. What's up, buddy?
Hello. How you doing, sir?
Very well. It's been a weird long day. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Just a lot of big news, a lot of big books to come out this week. Oh, and I traveled like 400 miles. Anyhow, so
you needed 500, man. That's the thing. 500 miles.
But I'm not gonna say da da dum da dum da dum da 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 dum.
But you just did.
Also, I didn't walk. I drove.
Well,
also, I'm not havering to anyone.
If you're not going to get in the spirit of this, I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, we discussed havering previously.
We absolutely did.
So,
yes.
And I'm not havering to anyone because I'm still not 100% sure what it means. So, I am not a proclaimer.
Havering means to waste something over in your mind.
When
Just
I
like
haver,
that.
yeah, I'm gonna be the man that's havering to you.
Havering over you.
I'm not sure that's the lyric, is it?
It is. Yep. They speak so fast, it's hard, but it
It's
is.
fair in the accent.
Yes,
Scottish is a hard accent.
it is.
English is a hard language.
Yep. It definitely is.
So, it's just you and I again.
Yeah.
This show is going to probably be just Dan and I going forward, which will be super fun. Tell your friends we got rid of Nick. If they're looking for the body, I suggest somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean.
He did just travel 400 miles. Keep that in mind. Get yourself a map from his starting point. There's your search radius.
Right. I honestly, I've told people this before. I honestly believe that Jimmy Hoffa is somewhere in my city.
Alive or dead? Well, by now he's probably dead either way. But...
Yeah. By now, but I think he hid here. I think is what happened. So, needless to say, we can make it look like an accident. So, but it's new comic book time.
Yes, it is.
So, do we want to talk about some new comic books?
We do, and actually
discuss Scottish words.
Either way could work. I think we'd have an equal audience for that.
I'm not sure we would. So, this is the first book you sent me on your list.
Okay. I can't actually see the image, so you're going to have to tell me what it is.
Oh, Firefly, brand new verse number 1. You can't see the image?
No.
Okay.
I can't see me. I can't see me. I can't see the image, but I can see you. So basically, anything that's active before I sign on, that works. If it comes up after me, I don't see it.
That is so weird. We need to discuss your software.
I don't know. It works perfectly well when I'm running the StreamYard for my stuff.
Are you logged in to StreamYard?
At the moment, no. I'm coming in through your thing.
No. But like, if you were to go up, are you logged in like to your account?
Should be, yeah.
That might be the problem. Okay. We'll talk about it, but we're not going to deal with that right now. We're going to instead talk about Firefly.
Yep.
Brand
new verse number 1.
Verse.
Yep.
Yes.
This is basically Firefly the Next Generation. We're starting with a whole new crew on the Serenity. It's Wash and Zoe's daughter. She's the new captain of the ship, and she's got a whole new crew, and she specifically is out there trying to make her mother proud. She ends up taking a job from what they describe as a familiar face. So it'll obviously be somebody that we know from the previous either comics or from the TV series. And it's going to end up putting her at the odds with the Alliance again, which is exactly where Mal and they were in the first place. So it looks like they're just, like I said, it's Firefly the Next Generation for all those people who have been dying for more Firefly, you know? Hey, I can see it now.
There you go. I'm going to work on getting getting this set up differently so you can see it. But the thing about Firefly, and this is something you and I have talked about previously as well, is that Firefly ended way too soon.
Yes, it did. Fox did not give it a proper run. They jerked around the viewing order, and they did everything possible to kill it, and did.
And yet, somehow, couldn't do it.
No,
which is a testament to the show. And it's a testament to how bad Fox is at killing things sometimes.
And it's also a testament to the cast, because if you think about it, everybody in that cast has gone on to be beloved characters in other shows. And, you look at the success of Alan Tudyk right now. You look at Nathan Fillion in another hit series after Castle, which was a hit series. You look at played Zoe. She's had her own show. She was on Suits for a long time. All these characters go on and, have been done great stuff. So
there are a couple that you really haven't seen a ton of since then. But they were one of them. I'm thinking of is the guy who played Book, Shepherd Book.
Well, he passed away. Ron
Right,
Glass.
exactly.
So-
yeah, but before he came to Firefly, he was a legend.
Yes.
So it's one of those things is that everybody on Firefly either was a legend when they got there or became one after.
Yeah.
I mean,
Plus there was that guy in the Serenity movie. What was his name? Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Yeah.
So
Chiwetel Ejiofor
Chiwetel, there it is.
is a monster actor. Oh, and by the way, just to throw this out there, any show that spawns a future Terminator, you should probably watch.
Yep.
Just throwing that out there. But no, Firefly brand new verse, guys. The Firefly comics have been phenomenal. Boom has done a really good job of representing the brown coats. Across the universe.
She's got the dinosaur on the dashboard of the ship. How
Mhm.
much more do you need?
Right. Exactly. I mean, you can't miss this, But you've got this cover that I've put up is the B cover. It's the Veronica Fish cover. There is also a Jenny Frison variant that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And a sketch blank that is blue.
Haven't seen the sketch variant, so.
So there you go. This is Firefly brand new verse.
Mm-hmm. Before you jump to the next one, I want to see if you can bring up Zenoscope's book, The Bell, because I actually have some extra stuff for that one.
Absolutely. I was going to ask you where you wanted to go next, so we'll go to Bell.
Okay, this is Bell, Thunder of the Gods, and it's a one shot. I was going to just kind of give you the rundown, but I noticed when looking at the solicitations, it has Dave Franchini listed as a writer. It's got that cover by Anthony Spey. It's got another cover. I don't remember off the top of my head who's doing it, but the artist was not listed. And being that I do a lot of stuff with Zenoscope, I reached out to Dave and I'm like, well, who the hell is your artist? I'm going to be talking about your book on the in stores this week. Who's your artist? Well, it turns out there's two artists that worked on it. They split the pages. There's David Lorenzo Riviero and then Ishmael Canales are the two interior artists on the book. But while I was talking to Dave, I got a lot of good stuff about Zenoscope from it. First off, I'm like, okay, sell me the book so I can sell it to people. And this is what he said for anybody who has not picked up Bell before. He says, Bell takes on beasts and legendary creatures who threaten the balance and safety of our world. A responsibility passed down from generation to generation, mother to daughter. And she is currently the last in her bloodline of beast hunters, now tasked with intentionally or not to take on an ancient being, a cyclops of legend that brings with him a power that could destroy everything she fights for. And this all takes place in the depth of the Philadelphia underworld. She goes toe-to-toe with this force in a knockdown battle for an issue from... This is just a big action issue from front to back. It's a one-shot. And this is part of what he was talking about to me, is that Zenoscope this is the start of Zenoscope changing their publishing concept. Where you look at like Grimm Fairy Tales, it went on for a long time, 100 some odd issues. All these other books were going on a long time. But they want to be able to make themselves more accessible to the casual reader as well as the long-term fan. So they're going to focus more on one-shots and 3 or 4 issue miniseries so that there's always a new jumping on point as quickly as possible. So if you want to read about Bell, you want a self-contained story about Bell, you've got this one. You've got Robin Hood one-shots, stuff like that. There'll be an overarching story sometime, but not so much that you can't enjoy a book. So if you walk in the shop tomorrow and you pick up Bell, you'll be able to understand the story from beginning to end. You don't need a background for Zenoscope. You can just pick it up, and then that could be your entry point into the rest of the universe. But also,
Zenoscope one-shots have always been great. Like whenever they bother to do a one-shot, and when I say that, it's sometimes I've seen him do one shots for a specific convention, or I've seen him do one shots of their holiday special one shots.
Yes,
Are
I wrote a few of those.
Just phenomenal. And that's not to say the regular books aren't great too, but it's like they put some special juice on the one shots. It's like it's a one shot, so you got to turn it up to 13.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. When I wrote a couple of the one shots, I'd get like a brief idea of what they're looking for, and then I'd get to just have fun. And the crazier I got, the more they seemed to like it. And that's kind of what they do, is that, make it as good as possible, go that extra mile. The other thing that he told me about and sent me a copy, they've got a book coming up on the 14th. I know we're a little advanced in this, but I believe the final order cutoff is this week, for a book called Man, Goat, and the Bunny Man. This is the first issue, comes out in April. So this is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. It's literally a half man, half goat, or a demonic goat, and a guy that looks like a fuzzy bunny, but a man-sized funny bunny, and they're monster hunters. This has got a twisted sense of humor. It's kind of in the vein of Resident Alien humor-wise. And I got to say, I've read the first issue. It's an oversized first issue. It is an absolute blast. So if you're looking for something really twisted, really fun, when you go into the comic shop tomorrow, let your retailer know, if he hasn't ordered Man, Goat, and the Bunny Man, he should at least order one, because you want to see it. You want to take a look at it, because it's a good read. I read it just before the show and was laughing like crazy at it. But it's some good action. It's really good art, too. It's a good story. But Bell here. Take a look at Bell when you go in the shop tomorrow. So
your variant artists, by the way, are Igor Vitorino and Nihai Rufino.
Nihai. Nice.
Yeah.
Nihai is great. Hey, Nick's listening. We have to be good.
Oh, so maybe he swam up on shore. Okay. We made the joke, Nick, that we hid your body.
Yep.
Ruining my jokes. What are you going to do? All right.
That's probably why he's saying hi.
It's fair. He's coming for us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What else? What do you want to talk about next there, Dan?
Why don't we hop over to DC and talk about Harley Quinn? Everybody seems to love Harley Quinn, right?
And it's a new series, y'all.
Brand new series. Stephanie Phillips, who seems to be everywhere nowadays. And yeah.
And Sean Murphy.
Yeah, Sean Murphy. Well, no, that's not the regular. That's the black and that's the Harley Quinn black and white. I'm talking about the new. This is the Black Label book you've got up here.
This is the only Harley Quinn I saw on the list this week.
No. There's a new Harley Quinn series starting from Stephanie Phillips and Riley Rosimo, where she returns. This is after the Infinite Frontiers and Joker has screwed up Gotham. Harley is heading back to try to help Gotham over what happens. And she's also basically trying to make up for her past sins, She's got a lot to atone for, and so she wants to go back there. But there's supposed to be some baddies in town that don't seem to want things to go back to normal. They like the new way things are going on in Gotham. But this looks like it's going to be a fun series. Well, Harley's always fun.
Yeah.
If you're a Harley fan, you got a brand new #1 to pick up on. Stephanie Phillips is literally, there we go. Stephanie Phillips is just everywhere. I mean, I think there's like one or two other books in my list that she's writing. She's working for like every company, and she's just killing it.
And if you ever get a chance to meet Riley Rossimo, make sure you do.
Yeah.
He's super Canadian, which is super fun. He's super Canadian, and so he's really nice. But he has a super dark sense about him, especially in his art. One of my favorite books he ever did, he did a Vertigo title with Josh Williamson called Deathbed.
Yes.
That was just insane. But I've loved Riley for a long time. He's been a friend for a while. So this is super fun that he's on a Harley Quinn book.
I like that DC's doing the little logo at the top, so you know this is a spinoff of Infinite Frontiers. If it's off of Future State, they say Future State up there. So there's a nice little help for the reader, so they know where they're coming, you know, which this follows.
The B cover on this book, it's done by Warren
Warren Lau.
Lau.
Yeah, the guy is phenomenal.
It's got an art germ feel to it, almost like
He does. He definitely has an art germ feel to him. But I've been following his stuff for a while now, and his covers are gorgeous.
It's wild. I like that cover a lot. And I don't generally get Harley Quinn. Not something I generally read. Not for any reason other than since Jimmy and Amanda left the book, I've not had a ton. Busy ordering a man goat. Absolutely. What's up,
Nice.
Nancy? But since Jimmy and Amanda left the book, I've just not read it. I thought theirs was the definitive Harley Quinn, but this is a team that kind of intrigues me.
Yeah.
So
I think this is going to be a really good book. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And so, are you going to show us the Warren Lau cover, or are you just going to tease us about it?
Nope. I'm just going to tease you about it. I'm so busy staring at it, I didn't even think about it. Give me a second. Well,
you're telling all these people about it, and yeah.
I'm so busy staring at it. I'm just going,
He was transfixed by the beauty.
It's a good cover, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's got a Marilyn Monroe thing going for it. It's got some,
Absolutely.
It's got an art germ kind of hyper-realistic thing going for it.
Yeah.
Really interesting cover.
Warren is gonna be huge. He's been doing a lot of this art online. He's been, like Deviant Art, stuff like that. And he's really just starting to do a lot more covers. That DC's got him now. I know I think he did a Vampirella cover recently. He's really starting to get the attention of people. He's gonna become I think you're right. He's gonna become the next art germ. He's gonna be really popular where his books are, people are just gonna grab it just to go on.
Absolutely. So did the other Harley Quinn book come out this week too?
I do believe that one's coming out this week as well. I didn't write that one down because, we have a finite amount of time.
Well, no, it's just I wanted to make sure I wasn't telling people. So also, guys, Black Label Harley Quinn, Dark Knight. But that's number 6 on that series. So
Right. I think that's been a little delayed. So that was a really popular run when that started. So it'd be nice to see it finish up.
Something else that's a little weird in its publishing and sort of delayed. Vietnam Horror #1. We talked about it last week. As it turns out, this book has 2 release dates. Last week and this week. Behemoth was unprepared for the kind of ordering that would happen on this book, it seems. And some stores got their copies last week. Some stores got them this week. So this book is being issued with a dual release date. Just some weirdness. So if you went into your store last week looking for Vietnam Horror #1 and couldn't find it, make sure you check back this week for it. Vietnam Horror is the story of a group of soldiers in Vietnam who are dealing with the well-known tunnel rats at this point. And basically what you do is you find several of them having similar, if not identical, dreams and searching for Viet Cong in hiding. However, as they head into this mountain that they're investigating because they believe they're there, they find something that they never could have been prepared for. Written by Massimo Rossi, art by Vito Coppola from Behemoth Comics. Like I said, talked about it last week, spent some time on it last week, but it is being issued with a dual release date.
You know, since you're talking about that one, you ought to go right to Cold Dead War, since, you know, soldier horror stuff. It'd be a good twofer for anybody looking
Like
at
this one?
Yeah, George C. Romero.
Yes.
Yeah, this is basically, if you're a heavy metal fan of the movie and you remember that B-17 scene that everybody loves, this is basically the sequel to it. This is a platoon of dead soldiers continuing to carry on their mission. I mean,
right.
But it's Romero, so, but yeah, I think this was on your list, so I should let you talk about it.
Yeah, no, so just the thing you got to remember, this is George C., son of George A. Did he have a George B. son? I really hope there was a George B. Romero who was a son. Do you ever hear that? Okay, this is a complete aside, and we'll come back to the book in a second. Did you ever hear the story of the only person who died in the war for the state of Ohio, or the war for Toledo?
No.
At one point, there was actually a war over whether or not Toledo was in Michigan or in Ohio.
Okay.
One person died. His name was Stickney, and Major General George Stickney named his son's numbers and his daughter's months. His sons were 1, 2, and 3 Stickney, and his daughters were April, May, and June Stickney.
But April, May, and June are normal female names.
Yes.
April O'Neil from the Aunt May.
I understand, but the only person to die in the war for Toledo is 2 Stickney. And do you know how he died? He cut his hand trying to open a can of beans, got infection, and died. Thus is the legend of 2 Stickney. But every time I see a father-son name where it's just one thing changed, I always think about the Stickneys and how he just changed the number.
I have a good friend of mine whose name is Charles Trotter, and his brother's name is Charles Trotter. It's only their middle name is different.
George Foreman did that too. All of his kids are named George, including his daughters.
Yes. Yeah, that one I'm familiar with, yeah.
So Cold Dead War is this. Trained to kill enemies of American democracy and freedom, the Pacific Pearl team continue to carry on their mission even now, long after they had already given their lives to the cause.
Pearl team is an interesting. I've never heard of a military unit called the Pearl team.
Right. Which is an interesting kind of concept. I mean, like I said, we're dealing with Romero's, so my guess, your guess, everyone's guess is zombies.
Well, yeah, that's what the B-17 scene in heavy metal was all about too.
Absolutely.
So
and this comes out from heavy metal.
Yes. It is the sequel.
I'm trying to, if anybody doesn't know what this is at this point, you need to go back and do your research on the original heavy metal with the,
First thing, if you haven't seen the heavy metal movie, just go rewatch it. I mean, they're doing great stuff based off of the movie. They got this. They've got Tarna coming out this week as well, written by Stephanie Phillips again, because, like I said, she's everywhere. They're taking the classic heavy metal movie and just having fun with it. I'm hoping we're going to get some of the other scenes too. And by the way, heavy metal, if you want someone to write some of those, I am available.
Joe Illich, calling Joe Illich. Dan is available.
That's right.
I could send him a text. But
I wouldn't stop you.
So just in case you're unfamiliar, a horror war series set across the past, present, and future, a freak occurrence reanimates an island of freshly killed soldiers in the wake of the Battle of Midway in World War II. Cold Dead War, as Dan has said, is the official sequel to the well-known heavy metal animated film segment B-17, written by George C. Romero, son of legendary director George A. Romero, and heir to the Romero Dead Media franchise.
So
Look,
we're thinking that George B. Romero just doesn't do anything with writing. He's not any, maybe he's a flautist or something.
okay. George B. Romero. There's a George A. Romero, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
There is no George B. Romero
Missed
that I can tell.
opportunity.
At least he's not Googleable.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does exist, he's like a school teacher somewhere and has nothing to do with zombies.
So if George C. Romero has a kid and names it George B. Romero, he could really mess up everybody.
Looks like a Doctor Who episode waiting to happen. All right. No, guys, look. Anything that's coming out from heavy metal right now is a must. Must. Since Joe Illich got there, every book that the company has turned out has been an absolute banger.
Agreed.
I started rereading it, not with this volume of Tarna that's out now, but the previous volume that they did. I started getting back into heavy metal, and I've been reading everything ever since. So, I mean, I suppose we should just move on to Tarna.
Absolutely.
The Last Tarkanian. So, guys, Tarna's been around a long time as a character.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some backstory you probably need to know. But the reality is, if you jump into this volume, which you're only on issue 4, you could still get 1 through 3 most places. If they ordered it, and if they didn't, they can still order it from Diamond. It's still in stock. Yeah, Chasing the Dragon is great. Starward is great. There's another one. It's from Steve Orlando. Give me a second, and I'll get you the name, Joel. But Dan, can you give people a little bit of a history on Tarna?
Well, my history with her is basically from the movie, which is the big animated scene. Is probably one of the most famous animated scenes in it, where she comes in and is to get the weapon and flies in, has to swim across to get it. But this character, what they're doing with her now is she's basically caught in a war between two godlike creatures, and she's trying to save humanity, but she's also protecting the multiverses. So, yeah, I mean, this is a huge character for them. To me, this is their flagship character. This is the one, when you say heavy metal, Tarna is the one that comes to most people's minds.
Absolutely. And Starward is the book I was thinking of from Steve Orlando. But yes, no. Tarna has this long and storied history of being published in Heavy Metal Magazine and in the movie, and just she is, if I had to equate Tarna to something that's easily recognizable, she is to heavy metal what Vampirella is to Dynamite.
Yes. Absolutely.
She's a cornerstone of the heavy metal universe. She crosses over with everybody. Everybody gets to play in that sandbox, and it's always a lot of fun when they do. This is again, you need to read the first 2 issues or the first 3 issues, because this is the beginning of the second act in this story. So you can't just jump in. But it's written by Stephanie Phillips, so it's well plotted. Art by Christian Rosado. Oh, and by the way, this cover is a Christian Ward cover. That's super cool.
Yep. Yeah, and just I think we should all vow that tomorrow we're going to go in, and when we're looking at our books, picking up our books, just take a moment and look for the heavy metal books, and whether it's Starward, whether it's Chasing the Dragon, it's Tarna, it's Cold Dead War. Just look at them. Take a minute and at least look at them. You're probably going to pick one up. You're going to drop it in your stack with the rest of them. But take a moment and take a look at it. I think tomorrow should be Heavy Metal Day. Yeah.
Well, and I'm gonna, normally on my 6:00 show, which is going to change. I tell people about stuff they should be adding to their pull lists. that's out there right now for pre-order. There's a book coming out from Heavy Metal that you want to pick up. Discover the next thing in horror from award-winning writer of television and comics Paul Cornell, who wrote Doctor Who and Wolverine, and acclaimed artist and writer Emma Vicelli, who did Doctor Who and Life is Strange, along with color artist Pippa Boland and letterer Simon Boland. Elizabeth Cleave is a brilliant young medical student attracted to the whiplash charismatic surgeon James. I'm going to say it wrong intentionally because I know I'll get a laugh. It's James Frankenstein. He wants to further medical science by all means necessary. So how far is Elizabeth prepared to go? A twisted horror romance that walks a fine line between attraction and fear. The Modern Frankenstein comes out April 21st from Heavy Metal. That's one to put on your radar. I saw a little solicitation for it. Just a little preview for it that is incredible. And then April 7th, George C. Romero once again has another book coming out called The Rise. Learn about the death, destruction, and tragedy that led to the birth of the modern zombie in this prequel horror saga to the most significant and influential horror film franchise in history. So go ahead and add those Heavy Metal books to your pull list. There's another one that I'm not going to recommend yet because I haven't picked it up yet, but it's 4 issues out, and I'm waiting on the issue 5 to pick them all up, called The Brooklyn Gladiator. But we'll come back to that one when issue 5 comes out.
All right. Since we've been talking, since you mentioned Vampirella, do we want to take a look at Vampirella versus Purgatory?
Man, this cover, when Nick first got this cover, he shared it with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, that's a great cover. And Vampy is the bread and butter there at Dynamite, along with Red Sonja, and a couple of other killer characters that have been around forever. But when you cross Vampy and Purgy, you've got a real good recipe for some crazy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm kind of intimate with both. Well, that's probably not a good way to put it. I'm very familiar with both of these characters, having in the last year or so written a novel on each one of them. So I'm really excited for this book because these are 2 characters that are definitely the alpha character in their story. They're not used to be taking a back seat. So to put them both in the same book, that's going to cause problems right there. And then you throw in the fact that, it says versus, but the solicitation talks about them having to come together because something even more evil comes along. And they're both got a vampire set thing, so they're going to be food fighting too. Yeah. But this looks like a really good book to me. You've got, oh man, I did not copy down the art. I think it's Ray Fox
is writing it. Ray Fox is writing it. Alvaro Sarasca. I'm sorry, I don't know the name. This is where Nick would correct me.
I think it's Sarcasa.
And he'd say it in some accent.
Yeah, I think it's Saracasa or Sarcasa. But
is the artist.
Mm-hmm. This is a real good looking book. I've gotten to see a couple of the preview pages of it. They're going up against the basic plot is there's this group called the 36. They have been protecting humanity for years, this secret organization, and now Purgatory is going after them. And the only one that's coming to their aid is Vampirella, but there's an even bigger evil coming in. So this is going to be a fun series. I think it's a miniseries, but they don't. Dynamite doesn't usually tell us it's a miniseries until it gets going. But I'm thinking this is going to be a miniseries. This is going to sell well. This is going to get a lot of people's attention.
Yeah. The thing I'm going to warn people about is there are a ton of covers for this book, right?
Yeah.
This is the Derek Chu regular cover. There's also a Derek Chu variant. You've got variants from the likes of Simon Kodransky, Joseph Michael Linsner, and a ton of others. Those are just some of the big names. Natalie Sanders, who is somebody I've been following recently. So just keep your eye on this book. It's going to sell really well. It's good. It's Ray Fawkes, who's a great writer, writing two cornerstones, writing two tentpole characters. So,
yep, I think that's pretty much the tent at Dynamite is Vampirella, Red Sonja, Deja Thoris, and Purgatory right now.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the four biggies, and and then occasionally they throw up a boys. So.
Yeah. So, all right, let's take a quick break here, Dan, and we'll come back after this with more new books this week here on The Experience. We'll be right back.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back, everybody. I forgot how quickly that ended for whatever reason, even though I've watched it like 4 times today. This is in stores this week on The Experience. I am Kyle. Dan will be rejoining us in a moment. But I want to take an opportunity to remind you to head over to comicshoppingexperience.com and sign up for our mailing list. I don't know where he just went. But head over there, sign up for our mailing list. And while you're over there, click on sign up to be on one of our game shows. We've got game shows coming out. So make sure you do those things as well. But let's keep rolling through the new books that are out this week.
Wait. Saw this on the break real quick. For writers out there who love to get new story ideas, 17 minutes ago, National Geographic reports that scientists have spotted a space hurricane. For the first time, a phenomenon that twirls the northern lights in the Earth's atmosphere. So if you're a writer, there's a piece of gem. You can get started. Use that for a story idea. Space hurricane, twirl in the northern lights.
Don't write that. You can be nothing but prophetic if you write that. That's a 2020 thing. It happened in 2021. I'm just saying somebody gonna die because of the space hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We had a snow NATO this winter. Now we got a space hurricane.
Space hurricane. Northern Lights are spinning. Think about that poor drunk guy laying there looking up at the Northern Lights.
Moonquake?
Oh, I'm sure there's moonquakes all the time.
No, they're better.
We've got a helicopter on Mars.
Did I say I was a fan of that idea? That's how you get space aliens. You send a helicopter to Mars.
Absolutely.
All right. Everybody, all the space aliens are just out there living their lives, being left alone. And no, we got to go bother them. No, this is why Independence Day happens.
Maybe the space hurricane is the aliens answering, letting us know they're on their way.
This is why Mars Attacks happens. This is why Alien happens and Predator. Like, come on, people. Speaking of aliens.
Yes, aliens, number one.
How do you like that transition?
This is nice. I wasn't sure you were going there, but I'm glad you took it. Xenomorphs making their Marvel debut. Well, unless you count the Brood from back in the X-Men run with Chris Claremont, was pretty much their version of the Xenomorphs. But we follow a guy named Gabriel Cruz, who's retired from having fought the aliens for Wayland Yutanti, and it nearly cost him his life, but now he's retired. He's trying to reconnect with his son. His best friend is a Bishop model android. But, of course, his time dealing with the Xenomorphs are far from over. Because then we wouldn't really have a story, would we?
Unless he was a secret Xenomorph.
Ooh.
Like, he could have been a Xenomorph sleeper agent or something. You know, like Dude Ripley. You know, that could happen.
It could.
We don't know that that's not what's going to happen. I'm just throwing it out
Nope, that is very true. And it's weird for me to see aliens on a Marvel comic cover. I'm so used to seeing them from Dark Horse. But this is really cool. They got Philip Kennedy Johnson writing it, and they've got Salvador LaRocca, who is an amazing artist. So to see him doing aliens, this is awesome.
Well, and there are a ton of great covers for this.
Oh, yeah.
But I have one in particular that's my favorite.
Scotty Young?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to say this, and people are going to get angry at me, but I don't really care. I always rooted for the Predator.
That's an alien.
I understand. I never quite dug the Alien movies the way a lot of people do.
Oh, okay. So you weren't a Xenomorph fan. You prefer the Predators.
I prefer the Predator. I preferred, Steve Guttenberg. Was that movie? Wilford Brimley. Like, Cocoon? I was a fan of those guys. Yeah. You know, I'm referencing several different movies now. But, I preferred them to the Alien movies. Now, I will say this. I love Ridley Scott. So it was out of my character not to love Alien, but it was never my thing. That being said, I do have all the Dark Horse Presents with Aliens. I do have a lot of the Dark Horse Alien comics. I like the comics. I never quite liked the movie.
Well, I got good news for you. This is a comic.
I understand. So it's one of those things that I'm very excited for a new comic, even though Alien is not like my go-to in terms of that genre.
Yeah.
I'm excited, and I'm excited because Philip Kennedy Johnson is as hot as they come right now. In the writer, as writers go, everything he's writing right now is a huge hit. So there's a lot of opportunity here for this to be really thrilling and really great. So I it's on my list. It's one I want to pick up. If I don't like the first issue, I'm not going to give up on it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Give
I've
it a
got
good chance.
my
Yeah.
concerns. I just hope they don't marvel it up too much.
Well, we will see. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a Xenomorph on the Avengers anytime soon. So I don't think you have to worry about that.
I want the Xenomorphs to cross over into the Star Wars universe more than anything. Like they just wind up on that planet.
Now, see, for me, with the fact that Disney is looking for shows for Disney Plus, I really want to do an X-Men versus Alien series, but based off the Brood War storyline, just swapping the aliens in for the Brood. I think that would be, but make it an animated series so you could just go to town with it.
I'm down. I'm super down for that.
I think that would be a lot of
Brood
fun.
versus the aliens? Absolutely. Then you throw Predator in there and maybe the Terminator.
I don't know if they own all those franchises.
They don't own hardly any of them, but I'm just saying. I could get behind something that crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to stick with Marvel? You want to go back to DC? You want to try doing indie?
Why don't we go to Scumbag over at Image? That's our Image book of the week, right?
It is our Image book, guys. Rick Remender. I don't know if if you guys have watched all of the shows that I've done on in stores this week and on the pull list and all this kind of stuff. You can pretty much bet your last dollar that if there's a Rick Remender book out, I'm gonna talk about it.
And what's funny is we both had
favorites.
Yeah, we both had this book on our list for this week. Which was probably rare because we were looking at different areas and we both came up with Scumbag. So
well, it's I said I'll look at the indies. You look at Image because I don't generally count Image as an indie, but I wanted to make sure we talked about Scumbag.
Mm-hmm. And this got my attention because this is a jumping on point. We got a new story arc coming. You've got this group of how does he put it? Know-it-all devil hippies called the Moonflowers are trying to brainwash the world into hyper piety. Well, that doesn't sound like fun at all. So you got his character Ernie Ray doesn't really care until this escape cult, hot cultist escapee tries to get him to help, and he gets into it to impress her. It has nothing to do with trying to save the world. He just wants to hook up.
Now, he's a scumbag. And the thing of it is, guys, is that if you're reading Scumbag and you're anything like me, you know that one or two different decisions in your life, and you are Ernie Ray. Like, you make a couple of different decisions, and this is your life. Now, the thing about Scumbag that you need to remember, right, is that Rick Remender writes them, and every book has a different artist. So the interiors all look different. Now, the covers tend to have a similar feel, but every interior looks different as he tells a different part of the story. So that's a super fun little, insight into this book. The line I love from the solicitation is hepatitis transmissible in space?
Yeah. Yeah, I caught that one.
But no, the other thing about Scumbag, like I said, issues 1 through 5 are out there. You can pick up the trade. The trade is out this week as well. So you can pick up the trade and issue 6 altogether and really jump in on it with a new jumping on point. But something just to point out, there is a 1 in 10 level and Dionyso variant that looks like the most messed up Saturday Evening Post cover you've ever seen. I'm not going to show it on the air because it's pretty messed up. But the thing about Scumbag is, guys, is it's a super not for kids book. It's a super maybe not for adults book, but it's a really fun romp.
You mean the cover with the drugs and the vial and stuff on there and the drinking alcohol isn't for kids?
No, no. But
No?
the cover where he's passed out in a toilet in the bathroom is even less for kids. Like I said, it's one of those books that it's a super fun romp. Don't read it at work unless you work with me. Like, in which case, all right.
Yeah.
But it's maybe avoid that.
Yeah, it's not safe for work is a good way to put it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Where should we go next?
Well, I mean, let me jump over and do another indie book here. Shadow Doctor #2 from Aftershock Comics. For those of you who are paying attention, Shadow Doctor is a real life story of the writer Peter Calloway's grandfather or great grandfather. I forget exactly how many grandfathers it is, who was a doctor in Chicago in the 20s and 30s. But having been black at the time, couldn't get funding to start his own practice, couldn't get hired at any of the hospitals or any of the existing practices. So he went to the one group that'll pretty much always give you money, but what they want in return is maybe not so great. The Capone gang. And offered to be their doctor. This is a true story of the creator's real family. And so issue 1 was kind of a really cool introduction to how he became a mob doctor. Issue 2 dives a little deeper into the story. And you kind of get into this. What's the word I'm looking for, Dan? The reason for doing his motivation.
Yes.
And the kind of the way he feels about what his job has become and who his job is benefiting. And so it's a really interesting story. I have a friend who's a Chicago historian who has been I put him onto this book when issue 1 came out, and he's been sending me actual documents with his actual guy's name on it that he's finding in court records and newspapers. Like, this book is historical semi-fiction. As much of it is real as is fiction, which is a super fun place to live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my dad and his family were from Chicago right around that era. So I've heard a lot of stories about the city and certain aspects of it and how you might accidentally find yourself working for the wrong group of people without even knowing it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just the tailors at Marshall Fields, like, they thought they were just sewing really expensive underwear, but it was for Al Capone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, they didn't realize who the client was. They were just like, okay, we'll make this really expensive underwear. Nope, it's for the mob.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's an interesting story to tell and an interesting way to tell it. So that is Shadow Doctor #2 from Aftershock Comics. Where do you want to head next?
Oh, let's see.
Ooh, we only have about 1:10 before we're supposed to take a break. So I can do another indie that's super short.
Go for it.
This is Frank at Home on the Farm #3.
Love that cover.
Great cover. Guys, it's been a great book. It's written by Jordan Thomas. It's from Scout Comics. The reason this is going to be a short read or a short sell for me is that this is the last single issue of this I'll be getting. Reason being is that every time I read this book, I lose a day or maybe a day and a half trying to figure out what the hell is happening. Basically, Frank comes home from somewhere to find his family gone. And he's not sure where they went or how to find them. And he goes through kind of a mental break. And he's getting crazier and crazier. And this is the story of a man devolving into lunacy. But there's more at play than just him going crazy. And is he actually going crazy? Or is someone or something just trying to make him believe he's crazy? And so the thing about this book for me, guys, is that I need to be able to sit down and read it all in one shot so that my brain doesn't like... After I read issue 2, I had an eye twitch for 3 days. Like, it's one of those books that you want the next volume immediately. You want the next issue immediately. Because you feel so connected to Frank, but you don't want to have to live through what he's living through. You just want to be done with it. So how do you be done with it? Well, you wait for the trade to come out. It's essentially the answer I'm given. So,
but don't wait for the trade. Pick up the books and then beat Kyle to the answer. So while Kyle's waiting for the trade, you can then type them, oh, I understand it. I know all of it now. I got it figured out. So then you can torture Kyle with it.
The guys from Scout said they'd send it to me.
Mm-hmm.
They'd send me the stuff so I could know. They go, no. I want to suffer. But that was before the eye twitch.
Mm.
So maybe I have to reach out to my friend Charlie and be like, hey. But
so tonight we've learned you want to pick up Frank from the farm and Kyle's a masochist.
Well, especially when it comes to books like this, I love that cliffhangery, leave them wanting more storytelling in comics. I especially with books that are once a month like this. It really lets you go through. You can read a book 2 or 3 times and really fully digest it. I generally love it, but there are some stories that just relate to my neuroses a little too much.
Mm-hmm. And
I just can't do it for my own mental health. And this is one of them. I think this is maybe the best book Scout has coming out right now. And they've got some books that are absolute fire.
See, now you make me come up with an idea to talk about with you, but we got to go to a break.
We'll talk about it after the break.
All right.
We'll be back in just about a minute and a half here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise of adventure, a promise of excitement, a promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey, and behind every page there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is In Stores This Week on The Experience. I am Kyle. Dan will be rejoining me momentarily. But just as a reminder, head over, if you're watching on Facebook, head over to YouTube and search for the EXP on YouTube and hit subscribe. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, head over to Twitch and search for The Experience on Twitch or The EXP on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/the_exp. And hit subscribe those places. Hit like, share. Guys, everything on the experience is Reverse Fight Club. The more you share it, the better it is. The more people who show up, the more fun we get to have. So please make sure you're doing that for us. We couldn't do it without you, and we really do appreciate you doing that for us. So now that Dan is back, he can talk to me about this thing he wants to talk to me about.
Okay, I was thinking about this when it relates to television with the release of the Justice League Snyder Cut and Falcon Winter Soldier. And
I haven't seen either yet.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Okay. And my caveat is I won't watch the Snyder Cut. And I had my 5-month-old nephew here this weekend, and he's more entertaining than any superhero movie.
This has nothing to do with the plots.
I'm watching it tonight.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the plots. This has to do with the fact that the news, that the social media chatter over the weekend was all Thursday was Snyder Cut. Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday, it was kind of split between the two. People talking about Falcon Winter Soldier, people talking about Snyder Cut. Now, coming up this weekend, we'll be a week away from the Snyder Cut, and the chatter is going to start dying down. There'll be a new Falcon Winter Soldier. They're going to start talking about that again, too. The chatter will continue. It'll continue for 6 weeks. There were spots in the Snyder Cut that they could have broken it into a 5 or 6 part series instead of a 4-hour movie, and we would be talking about it on and on. And that's the binge versus the weekly release argument, is that I think you get more attention to your series if it's released weekly than over a binge, because a binge, you get that window of time people talk about it and then it fades, where WandaVision was talked about for weeks on end. It's just, I'm wondering if it's the same thing with comics. If you put it out as a trade and people are just buying the trade, you're going to get that one burst of conversation, where if it's on a weekly, you're going to get a lot more talk about it and a lot more attention to your book.
I think it depends on the quality of the product. Think about how long we talked about Endgame. Think about how long we talked about Infinity War. Think about how long we talked about the original Iron Man. Like, these are phenomenal films in our universe.
Okay.
I've watched Shazam once a week since it came out on HBO Max, because I feel like it's that for DC, right?
Okay.
And so I think if you put out a high enough quality product, bingeable is good, because people are going to watch it and then start over and then start over and then start over. It's what happened with The Office. It's what happened with shows like The Office and Parks and Recreation and Arrested Development and some of these shows. And it's like, I do it with The West Wing and some other shows where it's just constantly on repeat in my life. And if I liked WandaVision a little better than I liked WandaVision, I could see it being one of those shows where it's you finish it, you start over. You finish it, you start over. I think the Snyder Cut, I'm going to say something nice about the Snyder Cut, and it's making me nauseous just thinking about it, had that potential, if they broke it up, to be one of those that doesn't matter how it's released, people are going to watch it over and over and over again. So eventually it becomes a binge, even if it's not released that way.
But my think, I'm going to compare 2 different series here. The Mandalorian and The Witcher. They came out about the same time. Watched them both, loved them both. The Witcher came out all at once. I binge watched it. I told all my friends about it. And then it started to fade.
And it hasn't come out since.
Right. But
like
the Mandalorian,
Witcher, I think.
The Mandalorian came out weekly, and I kept talking about it and talking about it. So if I ran into somebody new and I'm on week 4, I'm still thinking about it. I'm telling the people I'm seeing week 4. 4 weeks after The Witcher, I'm not telling people, hey, you've got to check out this series, because it's no longer in my mind. It's 4 weeks back. So the word of mouth that you can get off of a weekly series compared to a binge seems to be greater.
I also think, though, that you have to compare the fandom. Star Wars is a much bigger fandom than The Witcher.
It is,
in terms of scale. There's a lot more Star Wars stuff than there is Witcher stuff. And so you're more likely to interact with a Star Wars related thing, whether it be a book or a t-shirt or whatever, than you are with a Witcher thing. The other thing I think is, if The Witcher had been able to continue its production schedule without getting absolutely destroyed by the pandemic, it would have served it better. But
absolutely agree on that.
The fact that they released Mando the way they released Mando, and I'll tell you, I binged The Mandalorian. I didn't start it till after season 2 was over. I watched every episode in 3 days.
Okay.
And I will still talk about The Mandalorian like it's coming out. So I think it has tremendously more to do with the content of the product than how the product is released. But if you're just looking for something to have a long tail and stay in the zeitgeist, I think individual releases once a week are good.
Right.
I think we're a binge culture. So in my estimation, you're going to get quicker, faster, bigger pop if people could sit in one day, boom, here's everything. I'm going to go buy my toys. I'm going to go buy my action, I'm going to go buy my t-shirts. I'm going to buy all my stuff right now. It's a big pop and then a fade out. Whereas the other one is kind of maybe an arc, more of an arc.
See, I'm gonna disagree with you, because even if you take, Witcher was on Netflix, which a lot of people already had. The Mandalorian was on Disney Plus, that was new and people had to sign up for. And also it was coming off of a lot of unappreciated or unliked movies. So Star Wars was not at its highest point going in. But even if you put those two aside, you look at the word of mouth coming off of WandaVision and what word of mouth Falcon and Winter Soldiers are getting compared to the great word of mouth Daredevil got from Netflix, and then how it died quickly. And then season 2 came out and that got word of mouth, and that they would die. There was a finite amount of time. And if you're a streaming service where you want people to stick around and you want them to keep talking about it and get more people talking about it, weekly releases make a lot more sense than binging, because you're going to get more people talking about it and people staying around for the 6 weeks, the 8 weeks that if they're watching and they get hooked. And if they're hearing the spoilers and they don't want this, then I think you're going to get over dropping all episodes at once.
See, and I think it depends on platform as well. I'll be honest, this past weekend was the most Netflix I've watched in 2 months.
Okay.
And that was because the hotel I was staying in had a Netflix app on the TV and not any of the other ones. So I watched a ton of Netflix. I didn't cancel my Netflix subscription just because I wasn't watching it.
Right.
It's Netflix is one of those that it's like people who pay for cable and only watch 10 channels, They're paying for 110 channels. That's what Netflix is it's become part of the cost of existing, I think, for people. Whereas Disney Plus, the people who jumped up and got it for Mando, it wasn't part of their routine. It wasn't part of their budget. It wasn't part of their, their cost of doing business.
Right.
I'll give you a prime example. The WWE Network.
Okay.
They have decent content that isn't their pay-per-views and isn't their shows. They've made some pretty good content related to their branding. But when it announced that it was moving to Peacock, I just canceled my subscription just out of the blue, right? Mm-hmm. I've never canceled a subscription to one of those services. And I signed up for Peacock. And all of a sudden it's, oh man, Peacock has the new Punky Brewster. It's got all these new shows, all this other stuff that I'm really interested in. So I gained more by doing that than...
Yeah.
But I would never have done that to Netflix.
Now, see, I'm contemplating canceling Netflix because I cannot remember the last time I watched something on Netflix.
Hey, there's a great new show called The Crew with Kevin James, where he is running a NASCAR crew.
Yeah, so now
and it should be awful.
I tap out at Kevin James, I really do.
It should be awful, but the supporting cast is awesome. And they're very funny. He is more the Dean Martin to their Jerry Lewis than he's ever been in a show that I've seen him in.
Interesting. He's playing the straight man, huh?
Well, nobody's really the straight man in the show. Everybody got jokes.
Yeah.
But he is kind of he's the leader of the team, and he'll say something to somebody and then they'll have a quippy comeback. And it's like, oh, this is different. And I like it. It's way better than it has any right to be. But just throwing that out there. But no, I think for somebody like me, it's HBO Max, Netflix, and Hulu have become part of the cost of doing business for me. Mm-hmm. Whether I'm using them or not, the subscriptions will stick around. Yeah. Everything else, Disney Plus, Peacock, Paramount Network, Discovery Plus, all of these other things, it's going to depend. If all of a sudden Disney Plus announces we're not doing Marvel shows anymore, we're not going to have the Marvel Cinematic movies on anymore, we're going to put all that stuff behind a paywall, any of that, an additional paywall like they are with
Black Widow.
Bye.
Yeah, but they're only doing that in the beginning, and then they'll put it on normal.
Well, but I'm saying I don't have a strong enough connection to that platform.
Yeah.
And the content on it to keep it.
Right. Speaking of Black Widow, we should probably get back to comics and Taskmaster #3, who is in the Black Widow movie.
Solid transition.
Thank you. I thought that was going to be good. Nice looking cover there. You got Jeff McKay and Alessandro Vitti, and they're doing a great job with this series. I love the character of Taskmaster. You're never quite sure if he's going to be a hero or a villain in every story. He is the definition of a gray character. And he's looking for a doomsday device that Maria Hill died to protect. So spoilers, Maria Hill's dead. But someone's jerking him around. And if you are looking forward to the new Black Widow movie coming up, you want to look some more about Taskmaster, this is a great series to pick up, to learn about. He's one of those characters that have been kind of one of my favorites for a long time. He's got the photographic reflexes, so he watches a hero and he learns how they fight and he can duplicate it, or a villain or anybody. So he's got Cap's shield. He uses archery like Hawkeye. So any non-superpower thing you can learn, he can steal that just by watching you. So he's a fun character. He's an ex-SHIELD agent, I believe, which makes him an interesting character. And, that's another good cover.
This is the actual cover to this week's actual one. I thought I had already saved it, so I just pulled the one up that I already had. Turns out it was from two books ago.
Okay.
This is what I get for not labeling issue numbers.
He appears to be fighting Black Widow on the cover, too.
He does appear to be fighting the Black Widow.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the last part of this storyline. So, if you've been reading it, this is a great place to pick up. If you've not, this is, you got to go back and get the other 4 parts, but this is a good place to jump in because they're starting you get to see the end of this and start the new one.
Yep. Yeah, I think this character is going to keep growing, and the exposure from the film should help him a lot too. Yeah, I think he's going to be a big character in the MCU going forward. I
said during the news, I don't think I'll pay for the movie.
No?
I don't like the idea of having to pay more to watch it on Disney Plus in my own house than it would cost me to drive to the movie theater, buy a large popcorn and pop and a ticket for the movie and watch it in the theater.
Now, see, I've got a different experience with that because when I go to a Marvel movie, I take my best friend and her 2 kids. So I'm paying for 4 tickets. So so that would be a push for me because we've got the snacks at the house, and she's got the big screen, and
right. I go to movies by myself, so I can yell at the screen and no one gets angry but me. And generally, I go in the middle of the day when there's no one else there, so I can yell at the screen and no one will get angry but me.
But it will be on at the theater too, so you have both options.
Well, unfortunately, ours are still closed here. Maybe not by that point.
Yeah,
maybe not by that point, but they are now.
Yeah, by July 9th.
So for me, the Black Widow movie's in a real precarious state.
Yeah, I fully plan to go to the theater if that's an option. Otherwise, I will watch it on Disney Plus because I've been waiting for this movie a long time.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'll watch it eventually, but what I'll do is I'll wait till one of my friends is like, "I'm going to buy it," and I'll be like, "I'm coming over."
Yeah. There you go. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll buy it, and everybody I can call over, I will. So Carnage, black and white. White and
Carnage, black, white, and red. Sorry. Or black, white, and blood.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to click on it. I was queuing it up, and I didn't mean to bring it on screens quite so early, but
Carnage doesn't want to wait. He wants his time in the sun. So
So the big thing to know about this Carnage, guys, is there are a lot of people out there after the Gleason cover. But the Gleason cover, I think, is the least interesting cover because it's a lot of like the covers we've been having from Spider-Man and Carnage and Venom books. I think the 1 in 25 Peach Momoko cover is the best cover.
But you're collecting,
the A cover is killer too.
If you're collecting the covers that Gleason's doing, then you want the whole set.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not so vain as to not think people are doing that. Mm-hmm. But tell me, that's the Peach Momoko.
That's a nice cover.
That's gorgeous because it's kind of got the teeth at the bottom and the brain at the top, and then it's Carnage coming through it all with the blood. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But, the Carnage Black, White, and Blood #1, these are one-shots that they're doing. Al Ewing, Ben Piercy, Teenie Howard did the stories. You have art by Ken Lashley, art by John McCrae, art by Sarah Pacelli, variants from Patrick Gleason, Ryan Otley, Marco Cicchetto, Gabriel Dell'Otto, Miko Suyin, In Hook Lee. Yeah. Everybody on this book's a hitter.
Mm-hmm. And if you're not familiar with Carnage, if you're a movie guy, a movie person as well, and you're going to be looking forward to the next Venom movie, this is a way to learn who the hell Carnage is, because the next Venom movie is Let There Be Carnage. So this is the role that Woody Harrelson is going to be playing. Where he's a psycho killer who gets a hold of a symbiote, which just sounds like a bad idea. It sounds like a bad combination, like it's going to hurt some people. And Carnage, that's pretty much what he does. But visually, he's cool.
Absolutely. So this is the cerebral chaos. Witness the cerebral chaos caused by Carnage, brought to life by some of the greatest creators in Marvel. But beware, true believers, true to their titular character's namesake, these spine-chilling tales are not for the faint of heart, and presented in black, white, and blood. Everything is 3 colors, guys. Black, white, and red.
Yeah, they're loving that theme right now. They got Wolverine doing that, You got Superman, the blue and red.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, there is a version of this from DC this week as well.
Yes, what is that?
Batman Black and White.
Which is where this started. The Batman
Mhm.
Black and White were the first ones to do the black and white thing with the character.
Just heads up, Dan, I need to step away for just a half a second.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw this up and make you full screen.
Alrighty.
Let you talk about this guy, and I will be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay, you lost the image, but Batman Black and White it's been going on for a long time now. There's a whole line of statues and stuff based off of the artwork. This is where they bring in some of the best artists in the industry, and team them with some top writers and just let them play, let them just have fun with the Batman character. They're not continuity. They're just fun short stories that you can read and enjoy. This particular issue, you got Chip Zdarsky, you got Nick Bradshaw, Joshua Williams, Riley Rosamo, who we were talking about earlier, Becky Cloonan, Terry Dodson is doing the art on that one. You got Daniel Warren Johnson, and you got a story by Carl Kerschel. So that's a hitter's row of lineup right there. And then, if you're a Batman fan, but you don't want to jump in on all the different continuity going on, whether it's Infinite Frontier or Death Metal or all these other things that they're doing with the character, and you want a chance just to read some straightforward Batman stories, this is the book for you. It focuses on the art, it focuses on the story, and not the continuity, not what's going on in all the other DC books. This is an anthology piece you can pick up and just enjoy on its own. So I highly recommend that if you're just looking for a fun Batman book, this is definitely the book to pick up this week if you're a Batman fan. And there are people who that's their gig. You see them driving around and they got a Batman logo on their car, or they're wearing the Batman t-shirt. But they don't read books all the time. And you're at the comic shop and you're looking for a gift for that person, pick up Batman Black and White. Whether it's number 4, you can go back and pick up one of the older ones. They're all self-contained stories, short stories with Batman. So they're fun, they're quick reads, and they'd be a great thing to pick up. So I recommend this one this week, Batman Black and White. Don't know if Kyle's back.
I'm back.
Okay.
But the other thing about Batman Black and White, guys, is just remember that it's super stripped back. There's a reason it's called Black and White. The art is in 2 colors. You can avoid a lot of the kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sometimes you lose some of the storytelling in the art by all the stuff happening with colors and backgrounds and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And this lets you just focus on the foreground.
Yep. It highlights the art and the writing. That's the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're over here with DC, should we talk about Teen Titans Academy #1?
You mean, hey, Strange Academy's doing really well. We should make that.
To me, Teen Titans were always like Justice League Academy.
Yeah.
It was where the sidekicks went. So I'm not sure if them making an academy is any different, but now the regular characters like Nightwing and Starfire, Raven, Cyborg, and Beast Boys are the teachers and the mentors. And this whole new group of characters come in. And I guess the mystery is that one of them ends up being Red X. And Red X, of course, is a persona that was created in the Teen Titans animated series that was actually Robin's other identity he used to try to get close to the Deathstroke, this persona he made. And then someone came along and took on the persona later on. So he's basically this character that was created in the animated series and they're bringing over. And we know that works out well for some things like Harley Quinn. What's the Superman villain? The woman with the lightning. Livewire.
Yes,
Livewire is another one. Yeah.
See, I don't know Livewire as a Superman villain necessarily. I know Livewire as a kind of an everybody else villain.
But she was created in the Superman animated series.
Yeah. I never think of her as that. Like, I always think of her as, her Flash story.
Mm-hmm.
Or her Supergirl story.
Or another one to think about is Mr. Freeze. So yes, Mr. Freeze was created in the comics, but he didn't have a backstory until they gave him one in the animated series. And suddenly they're like, a backstory for Mr. Freeze, we'll take it, thanks. And it became part of the canon. So this is another thing that was created in an animated series that's brought over. But, I mean, that's been going on for years. I mean, Jimmy Olsen was created in the Superman radio program and brought into the series. So,
absolutely. We had, and since we're talking about Superman,
okay,
let's transition over to
Action Comics 1029, 1029. That's a lot of books.
Okay, let me ask you, how do you say it? Do you say 1029 or 1029?
I say 1029, but I don't know how it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Because I bought some pages from Detective 1027.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only way it makes sense for me is to say it like 2021.
Well,
1027.
We don't say 516. We say 516. So 1029 makes sense. Yeah.
Sometimes I say 516, but I'll say it just for the joke.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's Earth 616. Because that just makes people twitch.
And you like that, don't you?
I do.
You like annoying people. I picked that up.
On occasion, somebody will be making me mad, and I'll be like, but in Earth 616, and then it takes them 2 minutes to realize what I've just done to them. And by then I've smacked them around and made them realize how wrong they are about whatever character they're talking about.
If you really want to screw them up, say 616.
Oh, that even hurt me.
Yeah. That'll make them stop for a while, and the little blood will trickle out of their ears, and it won't be pretty. So Action Comics 1029. You got a new creative team. But it's a lot of people working on this book. This is this is kind of an anthology one as well. You've got Becky Cloonan is doing the backup story where she's continuing the Midnighter story from the Future State books. I don't remember who the artist is. I got this list of creators on the book. Becky Cloonan, Philip Kennedy Johnson, Michael W. Conrad, Eric Gapster, Phil Hester, who did the cover. You got Michael Avon Oming. So you got these great creators on this book. And it's all about Superman realizing that he can die.
So Becky Cloonan and Michael W. Conrad write the backup story with Michael Avon Oming doing the art. Then Philip Kennedy Johnson does the main story with Phil Hester doing art and the cover.
Yeah. And I'm a huge Phil Hester art fan. I loved his run on Green Arrow with Kevin Smith and then Brad Metzer. I think that's some of the best Green Arrow story out there, short of Longbow Hunter. So, yeah, Phil, I am down for whatever Phil Hester's drawing.
Brad Metzer's, or is it Meltzer? Doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyhow, his Justice League in the Tornado's Path is one of my favorite Justice League stories ever.
Yep. We need some more Brad Meltzer. He needs to stop writing those thriller books and come back to comics.
He had a show for a while on...
I saw some of them on the History Channel or something.
Yeah, one of those channels about conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good, but I'm like, you're just mining the Discovery Channel or whatever for ideas for your next book. You're not actually bringing anything to the table, buddy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Leave the novels behind. You've done enough of them. Come back to comics, Brad. Come back.
I agree.
Take on somebody new. Take on the Question or the Creeper, or just
Oh, I'd love to hear him write the Question. I'd love to hear him writing the Question.
Yeah,
or the Phantom.
Awesome. The Phantom. The Phantom or the Phantom Stranger?
Both. Either together.
Well, DC, it's the Phantom Stranger.
I'm willing to pull strings to get them together.
Okay.
Then we'll call them the Phantoms.
I didn't know you had those strings, but
I don't, but I'll find a way.
maybe the Phantom Stranger is the Phantom's like estranged brother.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and I have enough people's phone numbers that I can make it happen.
Make that happen. There you go.
But we got to get Brad. We got to get Brad back from doing his incredibly popular books that are bestsellers every time they come out.
Look, I'm an author. I'm a writer. I understand how this works. You set up the project, and then you just put it on his schedule. You don't even need to talk to Brad. You just find his assistant. You just get it put on the schedule. Hey, Brad, tomorrow morning you're working on this, and he'll go, I don't remember agreeing to that. And she's like, you did? Oh, okay. And he'll start working on it. So the way it works, you put a plot in front of me I'm supposed to script, or a title in front of me and I'm supposed to work on, I will just start working on it before I even go, where did this come from? Because that's the way a writer's mind works.
That's fair.
Yeah. Oh, I got a story I got to tell.
Right. So we got about a half hour left. And between us, we have 4 books left.
Okay.
So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll hit our last 4 books, and we'll talk about something else that's really important. It's not a new comic necessarily that's out this week in local comic shops.
All right.
So we'll be back in just about 2 minutes. Stick here. Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Henri Compen. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yi Sun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
It's what we do in the comic shop. It's what we do in the comic shop. When we power down those neon lights in the back room, we're still burning bright with Dr. Christie, real sweet too. It's time to move some back issues. It's what we do in the comic shop. 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 It's closed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is In Stores This Week here on The Experience. I am Kyle. Dan will be back with us in a second, but I want to take a minute to remind you that tomorrow night from 6 to 8 is what we do in the comic shop with Dr. Christie. 8 to 10 is the Wednesday Weekly with Chris Rupp. And at 5 o'clock is Black Comics Universe Continued with our buddy Imani Latif here on The Experience. And Friday night, 6 o'clock, So Much Cosplay. 7 o'clock, virtual signings with Henri. Henri's special guest this week, believe it or not, Henri. That this week will be a special show where he will be interviewed by me and his business partner, Kevin, which will be super fun. And then we'll all be in the same place because, you know, we're all vaccinated and stuff, so we can hang out. And then following him, I will be on with DJ Kaufman on Talking Shop. And then at the end of the night, we will have Nancy McCann, who was here earlier, with Friday Night Live from Comics Unlimited in Cleveland, Tennessee.
That's weird that Comics Unlimited is in Cleveland, Tennessee, because it used to be here in Southern California.
She moved her store.
I know.
From Southern California to Tennessee, and she just joined us last Friday for her first show.
Oh, very cool! I'm glad to see
Shout
Nancy
out
join.
to Nancy.
Yep, I've met Nancy a few times. We've seen each other at conventions. She is a super sweet lady. It's a great shop. So, well, it was a great shop here in LA, and I can only imagine it's better in Tennessee, because when you get a chance to completely redo a store, yes, you move it in fresh, you're just going to make it better. You're going to be able to take care of, I really wish I could have done this. I really wish I could have. Well, now you got a fresh chance. So I am assuming that Comics Unlimited now in Tennessee is fantastic.
Yeah. I was able to pick up one of my White Whale books from her show on Friday.
Really?
Next Men 21, first Hellboy. Well, first full Hellboy.
Nice. Very nice.
I still need to get the San Diego Comic-Con Presents #2. But, if a book that's that rare, you settle for the next best thing. So,
yeah. Isn't there a Magnolia book on our list this week?
There is. It's coming up. It's one that we still have to talk about. But I also picked up another kind of whale of mine that I wanted to share with the people.
Okay.
This weekend.
Dun dun.
X-Men #40. We talked about Frankenstein.
Yes.
This is Frankenstein in the Marvel Comics, also the origin of the worst X-Men.
Mimic?
Cyclops.
Hey. Don't be attacking Cyclops.
He's the worst X-Men.
No.
Yeah.
There are many worse X-Men.
No. I have a whole list of 10 times the X-Men would have been better off if someone had poked Cyclops in his good eye.
That is the craziest statement.
I understand.
He's got two eyes.
That's the reason. Huh?
He's got two eyes.
Right, but he only has the one that shoots the lasers.
No, they come out of both eyes.
I don't know. Once he puts that thing on, he turns into Geordie LaForge. It's one eye. But I also have a list of 10 reality TV show couples that are less toxic than Scott and Jean.
Okay, I'll give you that.
So, but that was another pickup I had this weekend. I'm really excited about because it's X-Men 40. It's Roy Thomas, Don Heck, Werner Roth, and then the cover is George Tuska.
I was just talking to Don Heck about Don Heck on Sunday with Jim Beard.
Wait, were you talking to Don Heck about Don Heck?
I was talking about Don Heck to Jim Beard.
Okay.
With Jim Beard.
Shout out Jim Beard.
Yep. And we were talking about how Don Heck was everybody loved Don Heck, and then suddenly he got kind of this negative reputation, or not reputation, but people just didn't like his work anymore. And I got to say, I love Don Heck's work. I've got an original art page of his in my collection. It's a full splash page of some guy standing in front of a Cthulhu-like character. It's a gorgeous page.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be really weird if you were talking Don Heck about Don Heck because he died like in 1995.
Oh, I got the new connection. AT&T has Connection to the Dead.
Oh, okay.
It's great. Next week, I'm actually talking to, I can't think of a funny person right now to say who I'm
Well, can you book Jack Kirby for this show? Oh, yeah. Can you book Jack Kirby for this show?
I'll see what I can do.
I don't want to confirm it, but we may have a special guest on this show next Tuesday.
Not the one we talked about for Thursday? Or the same one?
No, a different guest, similar.
Is it someone who's been on the show before?
He has.
Okay, then I think I know who it is. Would have been my first night as well, right?
Yeah. You did the second hour. He did the first.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then I can confirm that next Tuesday night at 6:00, I will have someone else who is similar, but even more similar than the person who will be on Thursday. This is getting really what's wrong for? Really dense here. Next Tuesday, 6:00 here on The Experience, Tony Schiavone joins us, the voice of AEW, the voice of WCW, the voice of the Gwinnett Braves, to talk about his incredibly successful book on Kickstarter, Butts and Seats. And then this coming Thursday, joining me at 6 o'clock here on The Experience, is the voice of the longtime voice of WWE, the man who punched Andy Kaufman right in the kisser on the late night show with David Letterman. Or was that still Carson?
I think that was
I don't
Letterman.
remember.
It was
Letterman. The King, the Royal One, Jerry Lawler. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about his Batmobile. I'm just going to tell you guys now, Jerry Lawler has a Batmobile, and I want to know all the things.
Not being that big a wrestler fan, I know who Jerry Lawler is. I would have enjoyed, because there was originally talk about him being here tonight, and I would have enjoyed that conversation. But the fact he's got a Batmobile just raises the level of respect for him I have immensely.
He's a big time Batman and Superman collector.
Mm. Nice.
So he's going to be on Thursday.
Yeah. Hey,
In,
before
a new show that we're announcing for Thursday.
All righty. Before we get rolling with new books, we should probably put that link to the comic book shop locator down at the bottom of the screen, shouldn't we?
It's true. Well, we'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's do the books, and then we'll talk about comic shop locator and the one other thing you should pick up this week while you're in your local comic shop.
Bags and boards. You should pick up bags and boards if you want to protect yours.
Good luck finding them. Most of the big manufacturers of bags and boards are struggling right now, guys. They can't get board from China.
Oh.
They can't get polypropylene from China. Mylar you can do all right with, but polypropylene bags are struggling right now.
I did not know that. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So we talked about Mike Mignola. Let's talk about Lady Baltimore.
Yes. Continuing wasn't it originally Lord Baltimore, and we're continuing that arc or that story?
It was originally Lord Baltimore. This is a spin-off of that arc. Once she was Sophia Volk, living in a village overrun by evil. In time, she became Lord Baltimore's most trusted ally, and now, more than a decade after his death, Europe has erupted with the early battles of World War II, and dark forces are rising again. With witches, vampires, and Nazis on the march, Sophia must embrace the title of Lady Baltimore. But can she fight monsters without becoming a monster herself? It's Mike Mignola and Christopher Golden. Okay?
Mm-hmm. You've also got Bridget Connell doing the artwork, and Michelle Madsen, who is, I don't know how Dark Horse finds these colorists. Dave Stewart, Michael Madsen. I mean, they get these amazing colorists, and they just do phenomenal work. So, This is gorgeous stuff.
So if you didn't read Lord Baltimore and you don't quite understand what's happening here, think of Lord Baltimore kind of like a John Constantine type, except darker. And a way more disturbed. John Constantine, dark. We're not going to say it wasn't, but Lord Baltimore, the stories and stuff are a lot more dire. They're a lot more, this is your last worst option. By the time you call Lord Baltimore, it's already hit the fan a couple of times. Like, it's bad. And Lord Baltimore was set in World War I. So you had the Axis powers, and they were using evil to aid their operations, and Lord Baltimore had to stop them. This is World War II, and this is Sophia, who you might remember from the Lord Baltimore stories as Lord Baltimore's trusty assistant, his gal Friday, and the one who, let's be real, did most of the work. Taking over the mantle as Lady Baltimore, and this is Lady Baltimore, the Witch Queens. So you have a different kind of horror, a little more eldritch, a little less eldritch, and a little more corporeal. as it goes. Witches and vampires and Nazis, oh my.
I cannot for the life of me get the Baltimore song out of my head ever since we started talking about this.
Oh, see, I hear Applecore Baltimore from Chippendale.
No, I hear the Jungle Life song. Oh, we, oh, we, oh, we, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that's just stuck in my head now.
Now that'll be in my head. Yes, I have to listen to it in the car on the way home.
You're welcome.
Not a bad song to have stuck in your head though. Like, let's.
No, it's a good song.
But guys, Mike Mignola. Like when I say these names and I don't follow it up, it's because they don't need to be followed up with any kind of explanation.
Exactly. I mean, the guy created Hellboy. I think pretty much once you create Hellboy,
he's the reason Rasputin had any kind of notoriety in the last 30 years. Like, this is the guy.
He created the amazing screw-on head.
It's true. If you want to be scared, Mike Mignola is the man to do it. This is one of a 5-issue mini, so make sure you check this out from the Dark Horse Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do one of your two that are left?
Sure.
Which
what do I got left? I think I've got King in Black Scream #1.
Boom.
Yeah, I love that cover. I don't know much about this particular character, but I do like the look. Now, I know that this is Clay McLeod Chapman, who just has like a Western name. It sounds like he should be riding up on his horse. Hello, ma'am. I'm Clay McLeod Chapman. I'll be writing your book for you today. And Gary Brown. It's the story of Andy Benton is the one with the symbiote, and she's going up against Null and his symbiotic armor. So I love how they're doing a lot of these King in Black spin-offs, and they're giving us these mini-series instead of embedding them into comics that much. They're giving a lot of spin-offs. So I'm looking forward to picking this one up and seeing what it's about. And my first experience with this character is she popped up in Marvel Strike Force, and I've been playing her lately. So it's like, oh, okay, now I get to see who she is.
So Scream, for those of you who follow symbiotes, may be the most powerful non-null symbiote. It's long been debated that Scream is maybe the most powerful symbiote, and that was before Null existed. So to know where they stack up will be very interesting. Andy Benton is someone who has familiarity with symbiotes. Andy Benton has been part of several other symbiote pairings over the years. So it's a character that, including as Scream several times. So this is a character that knows itself. You see the hair, it kind of has a Medusa flair to it.
Right.
The thing about Scream's power is that it doesn't come from the same place that Venom, Carnage, Null's power comes from. So it opens up this world of possibilities that, you may not be prepared for.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm glad I put that one on the list. I'm definitely going to be checking that out tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, the last name on the thing, you've got Clay McLeod Chapman, Gary Brown, and that last name is Rachel Rosenberg.
Yes. I've known Rachel for a long time. Back when she was breaking in, she was hanging out with Tone Rodriguez and myself at Comic-Con. So
right.
It's always great to see her on the book.
You know that when she's involved with especially a female mega power, that the female mega power usually does some mega power. Like, I'm trying to be as vague as possible, but usually the ass kickings come quick and often. So, nice. My last book for this week is Paranormal Hitman #2. Remember, guys, I'm going to make the quick pitch on this one so we can get through the last book of Dan's and talk about stuff that happened at your comic book shop this week. Remember, Paranormal Hitman is Sopranos meets the Ghostbusters. It's from Behemoth Comics. This particular story is set in Philadelphia, and that's a T-Rex and a guy on a chariot and Genghis Khan and Abe Lincoln in Philadelphia.
You sure this isn't a cross with the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure series?
You'd think, but no.
Yeah.
So make sure you're checking out Paranormal Hitmen. 1 and 2 are out now from Behemoth Comics. Last book.
Power Rangers number 5. Ryan Parrott, Francisco Mortorino. The Power Rangers have been, they're bringing back one of the most popular characters in the franchise history, the assassin Astronemia. Plus you got Lord Drakion versus Trini. This just looks, this series just keeps getting better and better. But you're the big fan on this book, man.
Well, I'm very excited. I'm going to meet Lord Dakon himself this weekend. The former Green Ranger and White Ranger, Mr. Jason David Frank. I'm going to meet him at a place called Laughing Ogre Comics in Columbus, Ohio this weekend. Nice. Super exciting. But the thing about the Power Rangers, guys, is that this series has been a modern version of the romp we all loved as kids. So if you were into Power Rangers as a kid, you're going to be into this Power Rangers book as a grown-up. It's just a modernized sort of take on it. So just be checking out Power Rangers. This is this Dan Parrott?
Ryan Parrott.
Ryan Parrott, sorry. So my leaning Power Rangers right now is the Kyle Higgins stuff. However, this has been very good as well, and it's exploring more of that Lord Draken kind of story.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're meeting Jason David Frank this weekend, huh?
I am.
I got to meet him when he was filming the Ninjak versus the Valiant Universe series, where he played Bloodshot.
Nice.
So I've got a photo of him.
So guys, our show, as always, brought to you by comicshoplocator.com. Head over to comicshoplocator.com, type in your zip code, and it'll tell you where your local comic shops are, where comic shops are in your area. I'm traveling this weekend. I punch in that zip code, it'll tell me where comic shops are in my area. If I was going to go visit Dan, I would punch in the zip code, it would tell me where comic shops are in Dan's area. That's what's great about Comic Shop Locator. You don't have to know where stuff is. It will tell you. And it tells you what those stores participate in. So they've got a good kids section, or they're a library partner, or all of these other things that make stores appealing to you. They tell you at comicshoplocator.com. So make sure you head over there and check that out. But also this week, maybe the most important book to come out this week is... and I got to scroll down and find it because, of course, it's not right here where I need it to be. Previews number 391. Guys, the previews catalog is like, if you remember the Sears Wish, the JCPenney Wish book, the Sears catalog, all of those big, thick catalogs you used to get around Christmas, except this one is all comic books and it comes out once a month. Last month was 511 pages. Like, I recognize it's a big thing, but this is the place where you're going through now and you're seeing the stuff that's going to come out in 3 months. You're so far ahead of the curve if you check out previews. But it's stuff that comes out in 3 months, so you can start planning your budget. You can start planning your pull list, and you can start looking for books much like Modern Frankenstein, which we talked about from Heavy Metal. Like, you could start getting these ideas of these books you want and letting your stores know early. If you let your stores know early, they can more accurately order for you so that you're guaranteed a book. One of the big things I've been hearing from people is, I went to my store to buy that book and they were already sold out because speculators. Well, why didn't you pre-order it? Why didn't you put it on your pull list? Why didn't you let your store know before FOC? Why didn't you let your store know when it was in previews that you might want this book so they can order it for you? Yeah. This is what I'm saying. Pick up previews. Now, when you get the big, thick previews book, there are two companies that aren't in there, Marvel and DC. But you'll get an additional addendum that is the Marvel previews book that comes out. And then you have to head over to DC Connect online to get DC's previews book. But the regular previews will give you big in-depth interviews with creators, big in-depth write-ups on books that are coming out. Full, like sometimes they put panel previews in these things. So you can kind of read a little bit of it ahead of time. So previews is super important. You can also head over to previewsworld.com to find some of this information. But pick up previews in your store this week.
Yeah, keep in mind your retailers have to put the money out up front, so they're going to be limited on what they're going to do their best to figure out what they're going to need. But if you tell them you want something, then they're going to make sure you get it because they want you to be happy. You're their customer. So if you tell them, not only are you telling them that you want the book, that you're telling them that there's interest out there, and that will help them figure out what to buy for the store. So getting your previews, looking through your previews, ordering the books. There's also other stuff in there, the shirts, toys, statues. All that stuff is listed in previews as well. So pick up a copy, order ahead to make sure you get the stuff you want, because the last thing you want to do is be standing there going, what do you mean it's sold out? But I've been waiting for that for months. Nope. You didn't pre-order it. There's no guarantee.
Exactly. So, with all of that said, this has been In Stores This Week. He has been Dan. I have been Kyle. This has been television. I guess.
Ish.
Yeah. We'll see everybody next week. Tune in tomorrow for What We Do at the Comic Shop and Weekly Wednesdays with Chris Rupp. And at 5 o'clock, BCU continues. We'll see everybody then. Bye, guys.